skew is really useful. And then I guess with the, well, I think what I got to do now, right? I want to first thing I just sort out this filtering, like, because I don't always think it's picking the best animations, which I think is the biggest problem. So I need to sort out the weighting of stuff, and if we can have a look at that first of all. And then I really want to sort out the IK. I think I just need like 1 or 2 more parameter stuff in the animation stuff, and like I need to go through all the animation and make sure the curves are nice and all that stuff. And then if it's because like I don't even think that the animation there has IK on. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does. So yeah, I think a bunch of them that don't have IK on, so I need to put them on. So those ones that don't jump to the wall and you actually put your hands on before you jump, they need to have IK curves for them. And then once that's done, that like that, for me there isn't too much, because I don't know if we necessarily have the coverage to be like force a stick right now. That's my only, like, we can weight the surface with stuff, right? So the width of the wall we can actually weight if we do it properly. But right now it doesn't even give a shit about that.
Hey, what's up, Mataro?
Just picks the same animation. And we can weight the that balance.
No, that's the most important thing, right? Like, we need the stick to be decided by the user, right, and not by the
the user needs to input the my only issue is that I really don't think we have the coverage for that, because we have like 5. I remember going through and I was like, we had less sticks than there's a few that are stickable. So like I don't know if just for now, because one thing that we do, we have a lot more control off rip of see, the thing with this as well, like it sort of feels like maybe I need to reduce how offset from the left side the camera is now, because it feels like the balance is like all the way off the other side of the map, side of the screen. Like now, because it's a bit more like you can
no worries, sorry.
aim.
Thanks for jumping in.
That's the most important as well. This aiming thing, we need to add that too.
Oh, the
visual,
yeah.
That's gonna be super key. But yeah, now because you get control back straight away, it's a little easier to control, like on these thin surfaces. Like you can actually change direction and whatnot. Like there, I can turn and go into balance pretty easily, even if it's not a stick one, or just go straight off.
Yeah. That one. Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not actually a stick animation, I don't think. So because we blend straight to locomotion on landing, and we know landing is like deterministic at this point, because we know with the skew, it's a lot better in terms of movement. Like you don't get that extra step off and then walk away basically anymore. So it allows you to keep on it. So I think, I don't know if it's worth for now not having that hold to stick and just weighting the surface width, and it just does pick an animation that's most appropriate for how wide you want the wall. And like even if you want to if you can stick it, or you can what's it called? Yeah, you can stick it, or you can keep pushing off to just go off the wall.
But then how would you do the fast ones?
So with those ones, like those will happen because I think those will happen if you are moving quickly, because we will weight it, right? Like we'll weight it by speed, and we'll weight it by height, and we'll weight it. So if like, because those stick ones you have to be moving a lot slower, right? So the quick ones should hopefully with the weight bring in, because they look really nice, but there's something about the vault ones that they don't warp very well. Like you really need to be doing them from a distance for them to look good. Like the second you start to get close to the wall, the cut vault to like run away, they just look
very bad, right?
Yeah.
So but that is just like we need the we need the weight to be a lot more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the priority, right? We need to get the weighting right, because then I think once the weighting's right, we can then see like exactly how the behavior is. Like, okay, if I run faster, am I more likely to do those ones? Which I think you are actually. I think if you sprint, you're far more likely to do the yeah. Like now, I'm pretty sure I can pretty like 95% of the time choose the cat vault if I sprint. Yeah, actually, it is the case. Which
Right.
like I
Okay.
don't think is wrong, because if you look at my screen now, like, I'm certain I can get it every time. Yeah, because I sprint and I just hold it from further away,
Yeah.
which seems correct to me, right? Like, but
Yeah.
if you want to stick, right? Because if you want to go over, you want to get speed, and then you're gonna pick the thing there, and you're gonna hold it from as far away. So then it's gonna do it. And if you hit it, if you do it really late and you walk up to it really slowly, chances are you don't want to go over the wall, right? So
Not
okay,
Yeah.
currently, Terry, but at some point you will get to.
pick one that's slower and more about with a more accurate surface width.
But I think, right, a much more better way to do it would be to have that break button. Like you go, because like you want to go super fast, right? And because we are motion matching that, right? It's not easy to go slow. I mean, our problem is that our character it just lives like it's not deterministic. So the brake button will help, because you say, right, okay, stop now, and then go on the wall. And because everything is motion matched, it won't be like it will be like always blending in the
Then
you
it
know
feels like your character's a car, right? Rather than like this thing you control. Like I feel like it's almost like having like a specific decelerate button. I
yeah.
feel like goes against the grain of like the stick, and your motion is all the like, because then we already have like, if you want to slow down, you let go of your input, right? Or you decrease your
Yeah.
input. So it's like you can do it, you just need to do it. The brake button just seems like adding something, because I think that just makes almost too easy at that point. Like if you want to go slower, like there is a way to, right? And realistically, 99% of the players don't want to go slow, right? Like you're gonna want to do 90% of the stuff at speed.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? So like
And so like
we
if
will
I want
never
to
be
do it
able to
slowly,
do
I
a
can with
stick at
ease, like
speed, right?
yeah, like, but if I wanted to go slowly, like there's nothing stopping me. That's the thing. Like I can walk around it easily. That's the one, because it's not that I'm actively against it. I'm just like, I don't see the need for it when we can go slowly. We can change speed really easily now,
I just
like without
realized.
much problem.
But it feels like there is still like there is still not much control over, like, if the motion matching, well, is the like filtering, we just choose a non-stick one, then you still don't have control over it.
No, 100%. I think that if you input a stick, right, that we have an input for sticking, you should stick. But I don't think we have the coverage to allow for a stick given any scenario. Like we don't have the like I think generally we have like 2 run-up sticks, or three or 4 run-up sticks, and then like 2 or 3 wall pop sticks. Like I remember going through them and it was a lot less than I thought. Um, like actually valid ones. I mean, I could check again, but yeah, but then I guess we can warp it. So it's not like I'm happy to add like a stick input like that. That's no issue. I don't know how for I am for a slow down input though. That just seems that seems more like a racing game than a third person game.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
decelerate.
the correct name is the, I don't know, cautious button, or because I still think we need to have a lot more control over the edges. I think, especially when we are up height, like our normal locomotion is just like you casually walk off a 100-meter skyscraper like you would just walk off a pavement, and our motion machine doesn't know anything about that. So
But
we need to
is the solution adding a button to be like be careful? Because for that, I feel like that just defeats the purpose of giving the user control over what they do when they're up high. Because then it's like, if I want to just run off like it's nothing, I can do, right? But then being like,
yeah,
input
but if
this,
you don't want
now
it,
be careful.
you cannot avoid it. Like there is no like we got no way of like carefully walking on the edge of a building.
But do
We
we even
just
have
have
the animations
normal
though? That's the
walking.
thing though. Because even if we added a button, what would change? Like other than you'd still be doing the same animations, but slower.
No. It needs to be a different animation.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It needs to be like like somebody that is scared to walk over that edge,
So
right?
no, but isn't that like shouldn't that be integrated into our motion matching system rather than and be like if you're now up high by a ledge, like you should be a bit like tentative rather than
Well, I think that that comes with the balance of uh not wanting to do everything for the player. I think we are well at the moment, like we only got really 4 buttons, right? So we still got
yeah.
a shitloads more of buttons
Yeah,
that
no,
we can
100%.
use, right? And um I think see it's not easy to control your emotion with with the gamepad. It's just like it's very hard to just really understand what your body should do. So this is why I think a fear factor button like works in no a cautious button, whatever you want to call it, works different with different context. And I think like and it gives the user the
So have
power
you,
to
But then doesn't it only work in specific contexts though? That's like it's because then the thing with that, like if we give the user the ability to input it whenever, the problem
yeah
is we only want that in specific context. So then in theory
yeah
the
like
button is only active.
yeah, if you use the button here while you are running around, you won't do anything, right? Yeah, it's highly
I see.
contextualized, right?
Okay. I guess then it's like the balance of is the button should we just contextualize it anyway? Because if we're gonna if
Yeah,
we're already contextualizing it, right? Because we know when they might want to be cautious. So instead of saying be cautious, we're now saying do you want to be cautious? Which are like well that makes sense. Like, I get that. I just don't know if I'm if I'm the button. But I mean when we come to do it, it could feel good. Like I'm not like against it. I'm just throwing out different thoughts.
because I think one of the so thinking about how we differentiate between like we want that our motion is as close as possible to real life, right? We would just want to have that, that as our mantra, right? And
Yeah.
the thing that I don't like now, you go to the highest building that we got, you just walk near the edge, and it's exactly the same animation like in any other game, right? But if you remember, we with Bench, we had a couple of very cool animation when it was like sat in like on the edge of the building and
Yeah, on
just
the edge and
pretended
swinging
there
his
was
feet.
the
Yeah.
it was there. So those scenarios there, they're really hard to they're really hard to do it automatically, because if I walk off a building, I shouldn't stop. I should just walk off a building. So, but if I don't want to walk off a building, then the most appropriate reaction, it would be, oh, I'll be really careful, there is like 100 meters drop, and not just, oh, he's casually idling with the feet that is like 3/4 of the edge and is
Yeah, they do.
cleaning his shoes,
Yeah.
right?
But wouldn't it be cooler? Like, I feel like the player would, because then the thing is with that, it's like I need to tell my character to not fall off the building. Like, should he not
Yeah.
just know that, right? Like, the fact that I have to
No,
tell my character,
yeah,
but it makes it feel
that
like the
is
character
true.
is less alive. Like, it makes it feel like how the is this guy stupid or not? Like, why do I have to tell you that you're on the edge of a building, right? Because like
Well,
you know the
because
games, right, when they just react and you're like, oh shit, that's so realistic. Like that like, you know what I mean? Like when you walk up to a bench and the character sits down and he's checking his thing, right? If you had to tell it to like look at your phone or like do an animation there, it wouldn't feel as cool as the character just doing it. You know what I mean? Like, or like, you know when he like bumps into someone and he does like, oh sorry mate. If I had to be on like careful around people, and then if he bumped into someone, he was like, oh sorry mate. Otherwise, like the character doing things that humans would do naturally is what makes him feel alive. Whereas me
yes,
telling him to do that makes him feel less alive. You know, like,
but there is like there are a lot of cases in which the like the most fun thing to do probably for the casual player is to ragdoll off the building, right? Just bolting off the building, oh ragdolling, haha, it's very fun, right? So one should do that without the automatic contextualization that you are on the edge of a building. So it would be careful, because then you are missing that stupid thing that like it actually will be really really fun to do. So I think I would agree, but I think in that specific case, I think the user must be 100% in control of it, because it could like you could really limit the you could really limit what the fun of the player can do. And maybe there are some jumps that we may think that they're not possible, but maybe if you really have everything maxed out, you can really, or using a bug or anything, you can actually jump off that edge into another building. But then if you say, oh no, that's too high, like you need to be careful, automatically that you will never be able to do that jump. I don't know, like
No, I
yeah,
know what you mean. I guess it's striking that balance between like my character is sentient and is aware of its surroundings and reacts
yeah,
accordingly, right? Because like we have that now. So like if I tell him to climb, I'm not necessarily saying climb high wall or climb low wall. I'm just saying climb, and it's like, oh, this wall is high. Okay, I'm gonna do a run up, right? And that was what makes him feel like, oh, if just like, oh, I'm telling him to climb, and he's climbing like how I would think to, oh yeah, it's got to be a run up, right? The character just knows, um, because it just makes sense, right? Um, and with him thinking like it's his own person, it makes you connect a bit more. Like you don't doesn't it feels less of a game and more like you're controlling this real guy that's like can do parkour, and you're guiding him through this world, and like yeah, it's you, and you're not as like, because like you don't necessarily think this big wall, I need to do a big wall climb, right? You just think climb, right? And you're not thinking like 2 steps, like obviously as a gamer, right? Because then at that point you may as well go outside and do the fucking bloody thing, right? I guess it's the balance between I want to tell him what to do versus well he should know what the hell he needs to do.
yeah,
um,
yeah,
because I
yeah.
can
It's
imagine
exactly
like
that balance, right? Yeah,
but imagine how cool it'd be if you walked slowly to an edge and then he stops and like stops himself from falling over like without you telling him. I
yeah.
guarantee that like looking at that people would be like, whoa, but like you didn't have to tell him to like be careful or anything, but he just like recognized and was like, whoa, shit, I almost fell there. And then he was like,
So
oh crap, whoa, okay. And then
we've
you
got
walk back and then you sprint off it this time. You're like, you jump and then he jumps off it.
So saying that, we got a message in the chat, anti-propaganda, saying you could make it say he'll only fall off high heights when you're sprinting. So rather than have a careful button, it's careful by default. But if you're sprinting, it overrides that, and you can just send it off an edge. Which is what you were saying of like if you're just walking normally, it'd hit the edge and stop and look over or something. Whereas if you're sprinting, it's like, well, I'm clearly getting ready to send something, so don't resist it. Just send.
That's one thing, because I'm
Sometimes
thinking
you
of like
want to
what.
jump not sprinting because the gap is not as big, but you still want to jump. Anyway, yeah, I mean, or sometimes you can really only want to jump if you're walking because you're too scared. I don't know, like, yeah. Anyway,
Because I think like 90% of roof gaps, no one, like I've never seen anyone take a roof gap walking, right? Like,
yeah,
because then it's not really a gap.
It's
right?
either
like,
a
if
full
you can
sprint
walk,
or like a standing pre. But
standing pre, right? So like if you can walk and jump over the gap, it's not that impressive, right? So it's not that cool, right? Like,
it's not a thing. If you can do that, it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. Yeah, you know what I mean, then it's just there's a hole in the floor, right? So like we do know like roof gaps are gonna almost exclusively be done at speed, right? So then it's like, well, if I'm not moving fast, right, I should know that is an indication of being careful, because in parkour, like when they're maneuvering up high and stuff, they do naturally move slower when they want to be more careful, and that plays into it. But then if you start to pick up speed, you're like, go for it. Now you're like sending shit. That's when they're wanting to jump, right? Because then it's like, because I think no matter what we do, if I'm not in be careful and I walk off the wall, it's gonna look crap, like no matter what. But then it's like, even if like regardless of be careful, if I try and walk off and it's like whoa, but then you feel like no, keep going, and then it like actually falls off, like an animation to fall off, like that would be sick. I guess but I get what you're saying, that with the balance of like how much control does the user necessarily have over that, because it isn't as straightforward as being like, because that is also then like highly contextual. Like you'd have to, there's theoretically thousands of different scenarios that could crop up.
Yeah, it's quite strange because it like at the moment I really hate when you are on the top of the buildings and it's exactly the same as when you are on the ground. I really hated that. So I would be 1,000,000% in favor of a highly contextualized stuff. My fear with that is that it will be a long time before we actually have something robust. For example, take the balancing. I was trying to get the balancing, the fall of the balancing a little bit more, a little bit cooler. But what I noticed is basically your check if you're on the balance or not. Like while you are on the balance beam, there are still a lot of like even seconds in which technically you are not balancing because you don't meet that exact line traces, right? I just did debug printf. I was constantly working on the balance beam, and pretty much I don't know, like a quarter of the time the system said that your traces say, oh, you're not balancing now, and that maybe is why sometimes you have that strange you switch to a normal walk and then you go back to balance.
It happens a lot with these walls because they're quite wide, right? Like it's a weird balance, because I remember looking at it, right, and because I remember watching, because the balance right now, the animations we have are for like hyper like focus, like okay, careful, be focused, right?
Yeah.
But then sometimes I look at how Benjamin walk on these walls, I'm like, they just don't like, it's pretty, the wall is pretty wide, so it almost like, I remember someone saying to me, like I showed them the thing and they were like, why is he balancing on that? The wall is like huge.
No.
I could walk on that. And I'm like, yeah, like it kind of makes sense, right? Like,
but what I was saying is already that, which is an extremely simple test, is like, oh, you're like left and right and blah blah, right? We go already quite some problems even going straight on a very simple text in contextualizing if we are balancing, right? if we imagine that we need to do it on extremely random and arbitrary geometry on rooftops, like, you know, the exponential complexity of that automatic contextualization, I think, is too much for us now. And if we have just a button that say, "Oh, be careful," it's like we save 3 months of research. Having said that, if we can really have it robust, well, yeah, I would agree 1,000,000%.
Yeah. But the thing is, right now, so with me right now, the reason why I'm like, I don't think we have the animations to cover enough scenarios where it's worth adding the what's it called? The be careful. Like, so that because now I'm thinking, okay, 0-10, right? Adding it, what is the change? Like, what will adding it do? You know what I mean? And so, like, if we actually ask, like, a general question, like, so what will adding that button do for gameplay for 0-10? Specifically, like, if we just focus on like this next release, right? Like,
Yeah.
because obviously, like, in the future, because I'm not saying like it could take months, it could take weeks, who knows, to add all the contextual stuff and get, because we also have to mocap the animals, right? We don't have the, oh shit, I almost fell forward, oh shit, I almost fell back, like all that stuff, whatever. So that's a whole nother kind of work. So if we put that aside for now, like, for 0-10, right? If like we hone our focus in on that, will adding it contribute to gameplay meaningfully? Like, how would it make a difference?
You mean the be careful button for 0-10? No, the be
Yeah.
careful. I don't even know why we're talking about the be careful button. It's just something.
Oh, okay. Oh, see, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was. Okay, okay. I see. Okay, I was confused.
No, I don't
Because
know how did it started, but no, for sure it's not.
oh,
It's not.
okay. Because I was thinking you wanted to add it to 0-10. I was like, I don't
No,
see
okay,
where
no,
we
I
would.
remember how it started. No, we started talking about if working, like if the stick on the ledge should be a button press or not. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I
And
see.
we sort of like
Okay.
started to talk about that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm never against any, like, because we don't know, right? Like, I don't ever want to cancel out like a thing on, because I always think the best thing's to try it, right? It could work perfectly, and then I'm like, fuck, this is amazing. You know? So I'm never against anything, like, any, like, because we're still pretty much in lost. Some stuff is R&D, right? It's like, which is also like a good thing in a weird way. Like, it's almost cool that we're coming to this, like, we're facing new problems, right? Because it means that we're actually getting further down the
Yeah.
line.
No,
Like,
always this.
we kept coming up like the same problems, and it's like, okay, are we moving anywhere? But now we are. So that's nice. Okay, then, so
yeah, at the
0-10.
moment,
Yeah.
at the moment, right?
Mhm.
As a general gameplay, right? Actually, can you run around the level, and can you constantly say, okay, now I wanted to do a stick. Now I wanted to go faster because I want to go over. Like, do we have that sorted, or still?
Because I need to really, because we need to do because I think so for me, right, in terms of what we need to get done, the biggest thing is the filtering. Like, I need to, like, create some kind of, like, we need to have the animations logically picking each other, like picking itself correctly. Like, I think if we could sort that out, because, like, I'm ignoring some of the hands not being on the walls because I know, like, okay, like, some of the animations need clean up, and, like, some of them don't have IK curves. That's whatever. Like, that's just a couple. Like, that's like a couple hours of cleaning up. That's no problem. I'm thinking purposely, what is it doing? And, like, in general, like, say if I wanted to just, like, do that, that's fucking annoying. But I think that's because of the balance, because I come in sideways. Let me see here. I walk here because I have a filter weight for the surface width, right? Which is why I think it keeps picking that animation there. That and the speed, like, so, like, if I actually wanted to pop onto a wall now, it's actually pretty easy to do so. Like, it doesn't, like, and then if I wanted to go over this thing, I would just sprint and it would do that, and then. Do
Can
you
you
mean
go
like
over even if not sprinting? I'm worried that people usually will not sprint as often as the.
Yeah, so I mean, so that's what. So I think there, because if I'm jogging, it doesn't necessarily do it. Well, it depends actually how far out I. Oh yeah, if I'm just jogging, but I do it from far out, then it kind of tells me that,
Yeah.
which
So
like
that's
that makes
good.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think we can even improve that to like even if I do it when I'm close. You see, like that's the issue, right? I trigger it when I'm close, so it picks one of the other slow ones. Where I really feel like it should still, even if my speed is fast, it should pick a faster one and just bring it into that. So, but I think that we need to make velocity and like we need to really explore the different weights between. Oh, yeah, the different weights between. What the?
That is weird.
What's going on down there? Yeah, we need to really explore different weights between.
Do we do different weights for different speed? Well, that could. Does it defeat the point?
Yeah, I think it's just a case of finding a good balance because everything's just like weight everything the same, right? Like we don't say velocity is more important or the surface width is more important because even if it's a case of because now
Hey, what's
because
up,
like
Crafty?
I think generally with the accuracy like UI thing, like we have the targeted thing, it's easier to target. So if you want to really climb, you can like or balance, you can target stuff better. So that already makes an improvement. Right. So if it means that to get the general flow better, we weight less the surface width and more the speed, or vice versa. But until we know that like the weighting itself will do that, like I think it'll be difficult to actually because like you said, I think some of these need to be normalized and whatnot. Like jump scale, I only weight the wood scale. I don't weight the Y scale. So that like yeah, there's a lot still to do with that, which I think is the main thing stopping us from releasing 010.
Okay, so yeah, so let's fix this, right? The weights here, right? Can we look at which one are not normalized? And yeah, the first thing is to normalize this thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, one thing that I noticed, like in one of your fixes, right? They did a trajectory fix. What was the trajectory fix?
The trace manager.
Yeah, that lerp, right? So
Yeah.
that means that is always taking exactly actor forward vector.
Yeah.
So
Now,
does it? Why do we completely discard trajectory forward?
so the reason why I did this, right, is because I can update. So like this has to always take the actor for so the roots. Okay, so I'll say so the problem was with when we start warping with the skew at any point, there is going to be an offset between this two, right? No matter what we do, there's always going to be an offset.
Yeah.
This 0.5 isn't like the alert between the two isn't like my thing could be somewhere far away and then that will keep changing, right? The problem is when the fine ledge, I keep updating the fine ledge during like phase match to takeoff, right? In order to allow for the how like it rotates towards the forward vector, right? Like to the trajectory, like as my character is moving towards that, whilst it's still in locomotion for that blend in time, we know we have an issue where the character may rotate or change direction slightly and whatnot. If you don't only look at the forward vector, when it does play, the target location will not be exactly like when it stops fine ledge, the target location will be 0.5 between however far forward the active vector forward got and wherever the trajectory forward vector was, if you're pointing at a valid wall. So what I was finding is you'd get a lot of scenarios where the character would be going straight, but the fine ledge point is to the left or right of it. And therefore, when he's pulling onto the wall or jumping on, he would like slide left or slide right. Whereas if we just use the active forward vector, then we always know that whilst I'm updating it, it's always based on where my character is. So once I stop, I know I'm out of blending and I stop finding the ledge, I'll only ever find something that's dead in front of me, and I'm never gonna have that weird slide left or slide right.
So shouldn't we do that only for keyword scenarios? Because there was a reason why we did the LERP 05 before, right? It was to limit the vaulting in midair, right? Did we
Yeah.
really
That was because we didn't update the find ledge. That was we never updated the find ledge between takeoff and between phase and takeoff. That was the main difference, because really, if you think about it, it makes sense. This makes much more sense, right? So it's like we say we found a point, right? Keep updating it based on where the character is looking. Update. Once we know we stop blending, which is takeoff, right? The point at which we know then that the forward vector is going to represent the most accurate forward point of what the character's facing. If that's and that will be the point at which there's valid ledge, jump towards that point, rather than jump towards where my character's facing, plus in between to wherever my trajectory was. Because we're hoping that in this time between takeoff and thing, my trajectory forward vector, my active forward vector reaches my trajectory forward vector, which is it doesn't always, especially if it's off by quite a bit.
Yeah, so I don't remember why. What was the reason to do it in the first place then?
The first place was because the way we had it before was we weren't updating the ledge point continuously. Do you remember? We would hold it, shoot off the trace, and then once the trace fired, we'd stop the trace. But we then did half so that the point at which we picked up would be more representative of that blend-in.
But that is only true for the advanced locomotion manager. For a normal jump, so this is going to affect the find ledges for every find ledge, right? And we found that middle ground that was good for all of the scenarios, but then we say no, now all of the scenarios are different because this keyword in the find ledges are better, right? That is the thing that is quite sad.
Yeah, no. I think just keep that. So this value can obviously just change depending on what you want to do, right? That's not much of a problem.
No, but what I'm thinking is, with this basically taking only the actor forward vector, is it still valid for the jumps and the other scenarios? So, or actually, was it ever valid enough for the jump?
Yeah, it was, because I think the reason why we did this was because we wanted to see where are you trying to go, right? And align that with, because the blend in time, we know that there is still going to be some rotation and some movement of the character because the locomotion is changing to match the input, right? So it doesn't ever just stop. So in volts, for example, that is going to be the same scenario. Now, the volt thing, however, is personally, I think for all of them, they should be updating up until takeoff, because then we know that the point at which we're going is directly representative of where am I facing forward. So then if I turn off to the side where I can't see a freaking wall, right, it's not going to give me a scale of the wall to the left of me or the wall to the right of me or what a weird value. It should only give me the wall that not where I want to go, but where I am going at the point of which I started my movement, right? So I do think we should, because I think rather than, okay, but basically what I'm saying is I think it's safer to update the ledge point until takeoff rather than predict where the blend will take us in between these two. If that makes sense. Because here
Okay,
we do it this way. We don't update it.
Okay, at the beginning of the animation, now we say wait until it takes off, and then
Because we know at takeoff, that's when the scale, the skew, whatever it is, that's when it's going to be started applying, right? So we can
Yeah.
change those values up until that point, right?
Okay.
So then it's basically saying keep it at, like, therefore take the most accurate value that we know at, because we know at takeoff, it's then going to follow the actor forward vector, right? Because all our animations go straight. So then if at takeoff, my latest ledge point is based off of my actor forward vector, that's going to be the most accurate point going forward to use,
Right.
rather than whatever I blended, I chose halfway between.
Okay. So if that covers all of the cases, then yeah, that is a good change, right?
Yeah. But I think we need to address how to make sure that, like, the way we do it in like, first of all, we need to look at how we're going to scale and skew and whatnot, all the other ones, but the vaults especially, and jumps and whatnot. And then once we've assessed that, then it's looking at, okay, then are we updating the point up until takeoff?
Yeah.
And blah blah blah.
Okay. So let's go back to the actual weights. Okay. So let's weight. Let's weight every weight from 0 to 1.
Yeah. 2 seconds. I'm just gonna pop to the toilet quick.
Yeah, me too. Actually.
Hey, what's up, stream? I get a chance to talk. How are you guys? It feels weird that I'm the one streaming, but we're kind of just listening to this little meeting, this little coding meeting that's happening. But at least it's something interesting for you, because I'm not doing anything particularly interesting. I'm kind of just doing a lot of like little to-do list bits that's like just tidying up some stuff. Admin work, largely. And I've in fact completely forgotten what I was about to do. Oh, I was going to make a new camera angle first. Yeah, okay. So, I might as well do these two quick. The slow-mo is going to be based off of the right side, but we actually want less of an angle. I guess it's that. No, it was not that.
Okay, I'm back.
Is it better to do this? Just type all the numbers, but can't be bothered.
So let's okay, let's do this. So really, this has got to be wrong. That's not normalized. Okay.
Well, that's not bad. But now the question is, why is it not doing the do? Why is it not doing the bang? Should do the thing, or the logic's there for it to do the thing. Can't do the thing. The numbers being set correctly, so it implies it's not working in the control rig, but there's no reason for that. It's all looked up. Get the values correct changing, so how's the frame rate since you got latest, David?
That feels better. Let me just check actually. I'll check now. We can live code this. But I think it is better.
I mean, if you can actually see what you're doing, that's a good sign.
Yeah. You sure? I'm getting used to this camera.
I haven't actually played around with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm trying to get used to it. I mean, I'm checking out the weights now. It's different for sure. Every fiber, my body just wants to move it out. I have such a I don't know why. Like, it's just how I play games.
No, I mean, I'd agree with you. So
Yeah, but I guess I understand see why though. Like it's got to be dynamic for sure. I've just never enjoyed games close up. Like I don't know why. Just visually, they just. I feel like I'm. You know when you sat really close to your screen, I feel that, and I just almost want to sit back.
Yeah, it feels a little bit
There's
like
got
the
to be something
camera's
to do with the
too
ergonomics of
much.
it. I don't know what it is. Say again.
I was gonna say it feels a little bit like the camera's too much directly behind him.
Yeah.
I want to shift it to the right more than I want to pull it out.
Yeah, I think we need to anyway. Like, but it's got to be done dynamically too. Like maybe that weight change or acceleration. But then you also like, then the other fear is like, then the camera you don't want it to move too much, and then be just like feel like it's got a life of its own. It just fucking goes crazy.
Yeah.
Tricky balance. Oh yeah, what is my FPS? Oh wow, it's gone up significantly. Yeah, I get like double, literally twice as much. I get like 70 now.
Yeah, it made you
Massive difference, mate. Jesus,
yeah,
it's made such a difference. Wow.
Do you want to update Discord and let them know that it was your fault, Gans?
Nope.
Yeah, I feel like
Nope.
that's totally fair.
Nope. Doesn't need to be done. That's just.
No, everyone's blaming my cloth sim. It's like, David, you broke the game. I'm like, yeah, I know I did, but
no, you were the only person who blamed your cloth sim. Every other person was like, the cloth sim looks sick, and you were like, yeah, but it's shit.
Yeah, but it is though. It was cracky. It was tanking it. Like that shit's highly, especially when you just have one. To be fair, you can like wind it back. We might add it back in. Fucking why not? We'll see. If I get half decent frames with it on, I might just throw it back in because fuck it. What's it called? What was I gonna do just now? Weights. Climb.
So our face control is going to 1 and then oh. I'm thick.
See, I knew that motherfucker picked the wrong one. It's gotta be 1. That makes so much more sense. Nice. That's actually pretty good. So much better. I was really left with one. That's crazy. It's one animation to pick from. Oh, it's much better now. Nice. It doesn't do the slow motherfucker anymore.
Control none. What? You control none.
Yep,
How are we getting
6-2.
none?
It picked you. That's crazy. Why did it? No, it didn't. It picked 2-6-3. 2-6-3-6-5. No, 5019 is better. But I'm curious what the other speed stuff were. See, that's what we need to now do. Okay, I think that filter makes sense.
You know that slight when we go from flying to walking, right? There is always that
Toop.
centimeter of jittering.
Yeah.
It's really like really
It's
gets
easy. It's
on my
only
nerves.
really visible when you're slow mode, right? You can't really tell when you're.
No, you can't. But
It's
I
annoying.
think
I know it, because we know it's happening.
yeah.
That's the one thing why I'm a bit like with those vault climbs. These ones, they need to be. They don't really, as long as the actual thing is. Because I need to update the scale. Because one thing I don't do is I don't update the scale during up until takeoff. I only update the sync point, and I think that's my problem. That's why it's off. Because then I think the scale will actually be spot on. So we pick the most accurate for that given one, and then we update it based on what we're trying to do. So here, jump weight. I mean, just I made one change. So what's crazy is that in my level, doing 1- yielded worse results, but now doing 1- is actually correct, which makes sense, which it should be. So now if I walk and go closer, it should in theory pick a different one. Yeah. See that? And oh, I see. So a lot were filtered out speed-wise, right?
See, this looks a lot better because it doesn't do the 2-3 steps in the blend. Like, what was causing that issue? Or is still an issue and we don't see it?
You talk. Oh, so, no, I literally put 1- my weight. I think I forgot to change it because obviously it doesn't weight the highest, it weights the lowest like a dummy.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so
it was choosing the worst one then.
yeah, basically, basically, yeah, it really was. Now it's choosing the best one, scale wise.
Slight difference. Bro.
Yeah, what are you on about? It makes no difference whatsoever. Cool, actually. So now, I mean, if you're jogging, right, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna pick either one of them. I need to add the fucking IK to that, or like the steppy one, which looks pretty cool. And if I sprint, you're definitely doing. I think the only one that it allows one of them 3. See, why does 45711 even come up? Maybe because it bounces on itself. It's the one where because of the code to basically be like, even if you're too close, you can still climb. Yeah, that makes sense. But then it's weighted badly, which
I made the one change, David, into the there was I think there was a bug when you balance the advanced locomotion. You disable mirroring on the shimmy and on the squeeze, right? Probably because that was very weird. Probably because for the capsule thingy, right? But you also disable mirroring for the balance.
Oh.
So I didn't disable the mirror for the balance, and I think it's going into the balance without that weird stuttering. It still does the stuttering that I don't understand, but it's less than before.
I need to redo that system. Quite frankly, I really don't like it. If I'm honest with
I don't know
myself.
why it does that weird like, because we got 1 second blend, right? And that like I really don't understand what is that
Turning.
thing.
It's the turning.
Is the turning, right?
I don't have like because I rotate the character capsule. I don't have like I didn't have many turns. That was the thing. Like there's no like 90-degree turns and like 180 turns. Like literally there was like it was so unfortunate. I think Benj turned once whilst balancing, which is like you just don't realize, right, when you're doing it, that you're gonna need a bunch of. Can you turn 90 degrees whilst in the balance?
Yeah.
Turn 8 degrees. Like you just, if I'd have known, man, what I would do for another mocap sesh, honestly, they'd be there for 10 hours. Okay, you know what? Okay, so that's better already. Hold on. So now let's kill you. Grab you. Let me see what's doing here. Like I'm curious if I only wait. So now I'm only gonna wait the jump scale. Okay, and then but I never said with jump scales. I'm only waiting the jump scale X. Has it even finished live code? Okay. I only wait the jump scale. So the lowest one should always be picked. So 0.55. Oh no, 0.4. Yep. Cool. Lowest one always picked. No problem with that, mate. 30, 0859, 0.43. Yeah, cool. 100 valid. Very good. Nice. Works as we like. Now let's wait the surface width only. Oh, I'm a dummy. Absolute freaking idiot.
What?
That is very wrong. Because the weight is like 7 point something. We gotta normalize.
Gans, what are you doing there?
Trying to work out why my controller is broken.
Broken.
Yes. I was setting it
I
up.
wonder why.
No, wait. I'm going to discard these changes because I've done something and I've unplugged something. I don't know what it is.
When in doubt, revert and go home.
When in doubt, run away. Yeah, no, I was setting up the 1-to-1 camera angles for each technique. I got through to doing the camera angle for like slow-mo. And I noticed that the actual button wasn't moving. I'm not sure why. Because there's no reason it should move. Other than I've done it wrong.
It's fine because we can do freaking vector that, but
If in doubt, rebuild into a different engine. I say we move the game over to Unity.
Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it on.
I can ship all of SPP over to Unity.
Why not? Why not there?
Sorry.
curiosity. Let me get the safe normal. Why happens if I just normalize the height? Nice. Okay. All right, Dada. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, normalizing the jump scale works really well actually. Always picks the one. I normalize. Well, obviously I get the normal of the vector, so now every value in that jump scale is going to be between the x, y, z, or it's going to be between 0 and 1. Really, it should just be a 2D vector, but it's a 3D, which is a bit sus. But just take the x, and then using all the x values as the scale itself. All of them pull between 0 and 1. And it actually does take the lowest weight, which is quite nice. We need to, because these, however, are highly sus. The rest of them.
Yeah.
Which one did you use for the jumps?
Oh, you can check. Let me check in the.
Did you say you normalized them already? Or?
Yeah, they're all normalized, but let me check because so I used velocity, jump height, and phase to volt distance. Are they no?
Are they? Let's see. Let me look at velocity. I'm going to filter based on velocity.
Yeah, but in general, that's to normalize all of them, really.
Yeah. No, they are not. No, velocity isn't.
God,
No,
no, it's nowhere near normalized.
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, obviously, it picks the one with the lowest scale ratio, right? But that's not. Yeah, that could be contributing quite heavily to when you're looking at the jump scale, which one you pick, it could massively offset that.
Let me check. Hang on a sec. Enter velocity goes what? Oh. No, what the hell? Oh. Oh. You know what? No, this is not the right way to do it. Oh, damn.
You share your screen.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sharing. Oh, okay, one second. Okay, let me do it properly. I see this junior programmer that keeps making stupid mistakes. Yeah. So what we need to do is so this is whatever value is, right? This is like whatever. So for example, let's take the velocity, right? Luckily enough, this is all down to a single normalization, right? But so this is all the weights for the velocity, okay? And this could be any number, right? But they're all relative to each other, right? Like they're all in the velocity domain, right? Whatever that scale is. So what we need to do is we take all the velocity weights and remap min and max to 0 and 1. that's all we have to do. Not wait specifically between 0 and 1, because then we don't necessarily have that mapping, right? So we do all the calculation as we've done already, and then we say, yeah,
Sorry.
take all the candidates of this type and remap them, right?
Oh, so we min-max normalization, yeah. So okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, okay,
So,
cool. That's cool.
let me check how
We
to
basically
do that.
normalize between the minimum and the maximum value of all the candidates up to that point, right? Yeah, after the filter out. Okay, cool. Can we do that in? Can we not? I'm wondering, like, do we need to do that in the weight bit? Like, can we not? Like post filter out. Update values for that, like.
Yeah.
That seems, rather than do it pre-filter in, filter weight, but no, it should be vice. It should just do it when you filter the weight. Do it for that specific one, because they're gonna all be different. Yeah, no, sorry, you know me.
Yeah. It needs to be after the weight.
Filter out. Yeah, but then after the weight. So.
We need to have. Yeah, it's a bit. It's a bit annoying because. So okay, let's go here, right? So jump finance, filter weight, velocity, jump finance. So this guy here, it needs to add the weight in his own weight bucket, because we need to remap, the specific one, not all of them together. Otherwise, it will not work. So oh, and then how it multiplies. Yeah. Oh, no, okay. No, it's good. It's all good. All good. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do it in mine, and I'll check it in. Give me 20 minutes.
We could still can we still what's it called? We can still normalize between 0 and 1, though.
Yeah. Every
You just
single
have
way.
to multiply it by whatever, like, so it'd be like the value, subtract the min over the range, times that by whatever scale we want to range, whatever we want to do it by. Is that math? That math is right. Is it?
Well, depends, right? Because
so if we wanted to like normalize it between 1, we'd say you had like, is your data was between 5 and 80.
Yeah.
And I want to normalize 8. I do 8 minus 5, divide that by 75, times by 1. Or just do that. That would just be the, we ignore the times by 1.
That is technically, a remap, right? Between whatever range into 0 and 1, right?
0 and 1,
yeah.
No, I haven't done some of this math in so long. I was just like, normalize it. Oh. Jesus. University's actually useless. Don't go. If you've been, don't. If you're thinking about going, don't go. It's a waste of time, man. Debt for no reason. Fucking useless.
Some banging parties, though.
If it wasn't for the rugby, I think I would have regretted it, but I don't really regret it. But that debt is no joke.
Yeah, but like you were saying before, it's not like it's a real debt. It's like a fake debt. It's like my first debt.
It's never gonna go away. Because it's never going, because interest is greater than what I'm paying off. Like you mean, it's like it just eats away at your life forever. And then it's like, it's gone after a while.
Not for me. I've almost paid mine off.
Must be nice. Mine's just
what
ticking
can I
up.
say?
Like, let me have a little check. I'll have a check.
Just built different.
Student finance login. I don't even know if I want to do this, to be honest.
Probably not. You go to log in, and it just comes up with a warning. They're like, "Are you sure?
Are you sure you want to?
This is what you want."
You manage your student loan balance. Nice. Check your balance. I would like to sign in to manage my student loan balance. Oh, it's gone up so much.
It's gone up.
What?
Wait, so how many years did you do?
I did 4 years. Oh my!
You did 4 years. So
That's nuts, mate. What? The actual? Do you know the worst thing? I did 4 years just to still need to have a job to be able to actually support myself. Because I had to support myself, and I was,
what's it
oh
on now?
my
Like
goodness.
50? It's gone
Mate,
up so
it's on
much.
60 grand.
60
60,500 quid.
for 4 years. Where's the interest in that?
6.5%.
Ugh.
And I've added 2 grand onto that since I finished. Great. Just great. Yeah, mate, you can keep on ticking up, man. I don't care at that point. Like, just go for it.
But it's such a weird system because it's never. No normal person is going to get to pay that off, and it gets wiped
No.
clean. So
I don't even think most people would even bother. Like, I would just declare super low income. If I was a billionaire, I would just
I'll
declare like,
just declare bankruptcy to dodge my student loan.
no. Think if you say you got a massive tax, let's just say STORROR PARKOUR PRO sold 100 million copies, right? We're all millionaires, right?
Right.
I would just say I'd be like, Dado, can you put my salary down as 20,000? Like, don't care. I just don't care. Like, do it as like 5,000. Like, I don't get paid. Like, and the balance will just keep going up. I'm like, I don't care, mate. You mean I live like a millionaire? And they're like, how come? I was like, well, it's off my salary, right? Like, I don't make any money. Obviously, the taxpayers don't like that. They'll be like,
But they might be a bit more than
on your salary or on your income.
It's what it's. I need to check that actually.
No, well, it would be any declared income.
Ooh.
Yeah,
because it's a percentage over any declared income of 20.
Yeah, 9% over anything you earn over 20,000. It's 27.
So you could dodge it with a little bit of tax fraud.
If you don't need to make payments if you're not working, technically I'd be unemployed, right? Okay, Dado, fire me.
Fire me. I will do voluntary work. See, this is where Dado starts fucking with you, and he's like, no, you're too valuable. And you're like, no, fire me. Please, fire me. Please. No, you have too much.
If you want to get fired, go to work for Google and take the stupid picture of the hat with the rainbow thingy and then get fired 5 months later via email. Or Microsoft, or Amazon, or Facebook, or anything.
If I had a load of like people that recently promoted as well, which is just so peak. Imagine.
But how did they so basically they just sent an email and they revoked all of the access and everything, right? So there were people that left, I don't know, their wallet on the desk and stuff like that, and they couldn't get in. This is like, I thought the Google was this super cool. Oh yeah, we care about everything in the world and blah blah, and then it's like what? Don't even get a guy take a wallet.
Everyone's disposable.
Such a weird.
Yeah, man. That's what I always think. Like those big firms, like you're out here killing yourself, and they will literally get rid of you in like a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Your shit. So next time you want to take that 6 day, do it.
Yeah,
do it.
that is the thing, right? I don't understand how people can buy. See, the thing that I really don't understand is where, like, I basically half of my LinkedIn contacts they go files from Google, right? On Friday, it's bad news, but like, okay, fine, but like every single one of them, they just were still so brainwashed or scared to say anything bad with Google. And they all said, I had the most amazing time of Google, blah blah blah. If I could do it again, I would do it again. Or like they just fire you via email. You left the wallet on the desk, and your credit card is still a good that you can't take anymore, and you still praise them. How brainwash you have to be, and this is what I found the most scary thing. It's just that everyone is panicking and they say, oh shit, I lost my dream job, blah blah. Look, it's like it's just a job like anyone else. It's a shit company like all the other shit companies. I don't know why they're still, I don't know, like idolizing that much.
Okay. Okay. So that's done. I see if I can work this one. So that can work. So oh, thanks, sir. Oh, that made my eyes go weird. That sneeze. Sure, when I was a teenager, I used to sneeze so violently that I quite regularly pulled muscles in my stomach.
You used to what?
So at some point in my early teenage years, I picked up a habit somewhere of when I sneezed, I would like double over slightly as you do when you sneeze, but I would turn to the side to try and turn away from people. And that like forward twisting motion for a sudden sneeze meant I kept pulling muscles in my stomach. And I had to like teach myself to sneeze differently.
Teach myself how to sneeze. Become a sneeze man.
Sure, I never thought that was that weird until I just said it out loud. It suddenly sounded really weird coming out my mouth, but yeah. Oh, no. Sit up, give it up. Sit up. So okay. That method was training for parkour. Nah, that would have been a terrible angle to roll at. That would have been bad roll technique.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to school. I went to school with a kid as well who You know how like some people sneeze when they sneeze, they can't just sneeze once; they sneeze like 4 or 5 times something. He would sneeze sort of 10 to 15 times, but so quickly it was like a machine gun. Every time he sneezed, it was like.
Yeah, just get that checked out.
This poor kid looked like he was going to black out every time he sneezed.
Yeah,
It was the funniest thing.
Fuck.
Oh, man.
God, take the thing out. What the fuck? I'm so tired. Oh, do you know what show I started
Okay.
watching? Comes
That's
in
it.
my like.
God.
Do you know Andor?
Oh, Star Trek. No, Star
Whoa,
Wars, sorry.
no,
Star Wars. Sorry.
This guy, this dude.
Sorry. I apologise to everyone on the stream. I apologise.
Yeah, fuck.
It was Freudian slip. Yeah, apparently it's really good. I haven't watched it yet. But...
Really good. It's a slow burner, and I love it. I always prefer slow burners too. I don't like wake up in the morning and fucking like shoot, pew, pew, pew.
It's fair.
I like to take my time.
Did you watch?
Understand the character.
Did you watch Mandalorian?
Oh, the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
No, I did.
No, it's so good.
A lot of people hate my opinion on it. I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's not I don't like it, right? My thing is, I feel like the Mandalorian relies on nostalgia over like very strong, like visual and story. Personally, like some of the things and some of the stuff, like why did he take his freaking helmet off? It just killed the whole vibe.
I guess so.
The whole time I just didn't want him to take his helmet off. I was like, keep it on. It's just that mystery. And I wish they never told us who the actor was. Obviously, you'd know by the voice, but yeah, I guess that kind of defeats the purpose as well. It's a good show though. I do like it. I do watch it. Like I want to watch new season and whatnot.
Yeah.
But Andor is better for me.
I'll have to give it a watch.
Is it working better? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I think it's working. I mean, let me debug it. Let me get some outputs, but I think it's good. Actually, I'm gonna check it in. You let me know. You already got all of the debugging stuff, so
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum. Browse through the chats. TikTok game chat. Nothing going on there. Topic freestyling. Chat. Question for all the game devs or people who work on projects, especially personal projects. How do you keep the motivation and discipline to keep working on the project? In my case, after working on a project for a couple weeks / months, I start entertaining different ideas I come up with and lose motivation to work on the first project.
Wow, you really are behind them on Discord. That was
I don't know.
a while back.
Yesterday.
Oh, Ben Atlas. Yeah, well, you know.
It's true that is one.
yesterday feels like 2 years ago.
I really thought it was longer than that. I thought it was like 2 days ago. 2 days
Literally
ago.
24 hours.
Fuck.
Okay, David, can you sync on that and let me know?
Sure thing, chicken.
Guys, are we streaming in both Twitch and
We are
YouTube?
Well, assuming your restream's working. Yeah.
You know what I don't like about that restreamer thing imaging? You know what I don't like about the restream.io thingy?
Thingamajiggy, yeah.
It hijacks your description and they inject, oh, this stream is by blah blah blah.
Does it?
And they put the link. Yeah.
Really?
If you look at the description, it's just
Us.
Inject that. Pissed me off.
So sus. I don't trust that at all.
Oh, it does. Powered by Restream. Cheeky fucks. And put it right at the top as well.
Yeah.
Outrageous. Scandalous. That's what that is.
It doesn't let you
Scandal.
keep the description and the title of the stream. It's pissed me off even more than that.
What? Sorry, I missed that bit. I was laughing at my own shitty joke. It does what to the title?
Are you doing normal OBS?
Yeah, normally, yes.
How do you set the title?
I set it in Restream before I start streaming.
Yeah, but does it save the old one?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on. I'll go
That
through
is
OBS and it doesn't do it. So fine.
Just got to be better with technology.
Just be better.
Just do better.
Do better. Just be better.
Right. Does it work, dude?
Sorry, I'm doing my debug. With no memento. None of them are printing out. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
What am I
I do the filtering after the weight, so
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
that
fine.
one.
I just want to see the weight should still be like low. Pretty low. Still start borderline.
-6 degrees. What the fuck?
Let's do it. It's -6. Holy shizer. That's actually wow, man. I'm gonna try to get involved with that.
Grado day.
I need to get up early tomorrow as well. I'll be up at 8 a.m. I'll go into London.
Wait, why are you going up at 8?
I'll go sort something out in London. Yeah,
Ah!
So long. It'll be a long day too. I just want to be. I hate. It sounds so. I just hate leaving my room. I just want to be at the PC working on the game.
You've already just had to take a weekend off as well. I'm gonna be itching.
Yeah. I literally, man, I'm scratching myself like just on code.
You're out on a dinner date and you're just like, right, so this other thing we're doing on SPP and this problem we're trying to solve for the coding, and it's like trying to sort of filter it out. Like
When
3
I think
hours.
about
Just
it,
talking
your chips sort of look like the ledges in the game. And like, if you put them together, that's a double cap pass. Like, wow. I've just had an idea. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Just whip out a notebook and you start jotting shit down.
Notebook, just whip out a laptop, just start like, say, Dado, you there? That would be my answer to Leonard. Just obsess about it to the point where when you're not thinking about it, you feel intense guilt. And then you'll stick at it. Or put all your eggs in one basket. That is a good way to do it as well.
Yeah, that's never gone wrong for anybody before.
Yeah, none of these sound healthy, but hey, hey-o. You know what I mean?
We're here. We're doing it.
We're here. What could go wrong? It's funny because the version you have now actually picks the worst climb at every given time.
The one that I'm playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like, but this is the way I thought. Like, I was so happy. Like Friday morning, I invited Mark over, and I said, "Oh look," and he said, "Well, wow, it works very well." And then he did that check-in, right? And then I said, "Ah, shit! Like, it's not as good as this afternoon. What the fuck?"
Yeah, I did it. It was like, let me pick the shittest one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now it's only filtering velocity. All right.
Uh,
Show me
do
what
the
you
weight
got.
seem um okay?
Yeah, they're looking a bit okay. Okay. So far, so snazzy. Okay. Get behind that a little bit. Let's do the walking one. Yeah, it picks that one up from that far. Okay. Walk a little bit closer. 33451 1.06. Any closer? Oh, it seems like it's working.
The
This is what
fuck was
happens
that
when
noise?
Don't worry about me.
this is what happens when the senior makes the code not in Blueprint. How is the fixing going on, Gans? Should I look at your screen? Oh, you're not streaming the screen.
He's doing the time
I
trial.
look on Twitch. Let me have a look on Twitch.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing the time trial.
Oh yeah, sure.
No, I'm trying to have it so when you reset the time trial and you get teleported back, you land facing the time trial. But sometimes the rotation works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it applies it, sometimes it ignores it, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. And I can't for the fucking life of me work out why. That didn't even teleport me to the right place. What's happening? What?
Three six three five five. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Now we're talking. Oh. 26355. Yeah, looks about right.
What?
Okay, nice. Okay, I think it's doing it. 2144. Yeah, it is doing it. Nice. Nice. Okay. 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 Okay.
The cool thing about the remapping and doing it after it does all the weights is that we can allow for negative numbers. Like if we have if we want to punish some some situation, we can
Really?
have red go negative if you want.
I like that. Might have to have a look at that then. Might have a little look-see. Might have a little look-see there.
So does it look like it's normalizing 0-1 correctly then?
Yeah, it looks like it's doing it right, to be fair. It's picking the weights correctly when I only filter one at a time, so I'm now gonna filter all three at a time. All with the same weight. And let's see what happens. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Mary, did you know? That your baby boy. So, have we decided how we're gonna go about doing the aiming thing?
The aiming. Yeah, the aiming.
I genuinely think that's the most important thing that will
The
happen in
aiming
this version.
is in. So we just need a nice, very nice, a very nice UI, right, on that thing, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is the best way to do it?
I think similar to how the blue thing is now. The second you're picking up something possible from the final edge, it should start to snap up, start to play ball. And some animations are just better than others.
You know what? I think, ironically, what it could be like the best thing when we try a million things and then at the end they say, let's just put the ball in there.
So I was gonna say, I bet you like this whole shit. I want the ball back.
Right. So, any ideas on how that ball? That it would be a ball, but what we can try for the next 2 hours and then come back to a ball would be.
Wait, so what? Are you guys adding an aimer for what wall you're looking at?
Yeah, it's already there. You know, like the blue ball or the red ball depends. What was the difference between the red and blue ball?
I'm not really
David?
sure.
Why do you want it in game?
To help you
It's very
aim.
good. It's very
It's-
good.
I would heavily argue against that,
Yeah, exactly.
which is probably why I haven't been asked. But
Or you don't like the aiming thing?
no, it throws me off massively.
Impossible.
It
Yeah,
really
weirdo.
does. It really
my
throws me
God.
off because I end up watching that rather than watching where Josh is going, and it really messes my aim up.
Impossible. Something
So,
sus about that.
I don't.
you like weird cameras thrown off by a blue ball. It's like worst player ever. So, always remind me not to listen to any of your advices regarding.
Never ask guns for any
gameplay.
gameplay.
I'll slip back into my cave then, and I won't give feedback anymore.
No. Just give the feedback that we will completely go the opposite way. That is.
Clown, I'm sorry.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
not
So you
democracy
like this?
here.
No, shit. You're perfect. Shit.
Nah,
This game
clown.
is
We can't make things optional. Dado doesn't like giving you options. It's either in or
No,
it's
I
not.
don't like it either. It's a
Option
dictatorship.
is for weak.
That's what I think. Options are for people that didn't thoroughly think out the game design.
Options are
Like,
the
they
people
just
that live on the
remove all the
fence.
graphic
Make a
settings.
fucking choice.
Remove all the graphic settings and be like, be richer and get a 3090. But yeah.
Follow my advice I'm gonna give you a free course, right, on how to lose weight. Okay, hey, free course. Okay, how to lose weight. Eat
3-course
less.
meal.
That's
Whoa.
it. I mean, it's really not that hard. Eat less, and that's it.
Wait, so Guns, why don't you like it? Because that's highly sus.
Like I say,
Is
it
it-
really.
Why you are in the middle of the floor?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to work out right now. I don't know. Something about the ball. I think it's because it is too sensitive to side motions. So I'll try to correct it as I'm coming up to something. And I keep overshooting, and I keep getting that like overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, undershoot. Whereas if I'm focusing on Josh, it's a lot easier to pick the right spot. I don't know.
There's no way. Like the ball is the only feedback you get to know where on the wall you're aiming.
Yeah, but I really don't think it's it. For me personally, it makes it worse. It makes the playability worse. At best, I ignore it. At worst, I get distracted by it.
Okay, but can you think about something that is not a ball that could not
Yeah.
throw you off?
Like maybe like a circular targeting thing on the
Yeah, but
edge.
it's not. It's not the thing that's distracting me. It's the existence of it.
But so the reason why it's so beneficial, right, is that it actually allows you to create any sort of precision in your movement beyond just like Josh
Yeah.
run forward.
Yeah, but I think that should come down to seeing Josh's model, which way he's facing, intuiting it, and forcing you to practice things
But
rather
with a
than
motion matching system, that's really hard to like, because the movement is not like deterministic in that sense. So like the aid actually helps you to like, this is where I'm going. This is because not only is it's also going to give you a sense of what can and can't be climbed, right? So it's like it won't appear on things that can't be climbed, right? So it will only appear on things that you can actually climb and things you can actually vault and whatnot. So it not only gives you a sense of like, where am I going in relation to the world, but it's like, what is accessible to me? Rather than looking at something like, can this be climbed? And then you run and just run into a wall. It's just like, oh.
But by that logic, you should have it on at all times, and it switches colours if you can and can't make it. So, like, if you're running, there should always be a marker for where you can jump to based on your speed. I'm not saying that
Or
I
just
would want that or that I would like it, but if he was going to have
or
that
just no
thing,
marker, right? And then the marker could even provide feedback. You could be like late or early, you know what I mean, depending on what color it does. Because I think the problem now is there is no sense of feedback in terms of where you were aiming, why you were off directionally, what did your character jump towards, like all these different things. The player has no sense of what it, like the player doesn't know where it's aiming to.
yeah.
Or like why he didn't make the jump, or was it too high? Was it too low? Like there's no feedback whatsoever. With the
But
marker, you can actually start to control the character more in a much more precise way.
see, and you're not going to like this answer because it basically, I'm saying do more work for you two, which is a horrible thing to say, but that's effectively what the feedback is going to be. Is that the feedback should come from, even if we don't in the future because we don't have the animations now, but it should come back. The feedback should come from how Josh's character reacts to what you tried to do. So if you tried to do it too late, it would be an animation where he like suddenly comes to a sudden stop and his hands jam against the wall and he folds over slightly because he was going too fast. If you'd done it too early, it would be like he goes to send it and he stops halfway and does that like long, slow step as he slows down to it.
Yeah.
But I think adding a marker like that telling you exactly where you're aiming, for me, like I say, at worst it's distracting, but it feels more like a cop out than a good thing.
I get what you mean, but like I look at you now playing with it, and genuinely, it's the only way you truly know where you're going to be going. Because I can imagine, like, in terms of like really where I'm aiming. Obviously, you can step up on it, but like, in terms of giving the user some like more control over where you're going, letting them know visually where you're going, is quite.
Yeah, but
Like,
I think that should all be baked into the movement that your character's going through. The way his body's leaning, the direction he's facing,
that's extreme. Like if you start trying to climb whilst you change. So like the system you have now, right, without the marker, you only know when you're going, given that because the player doesn't have a sense of the actor forward vector, right? The player is looking where the player is looking, right? That's ugly.
The forward vector is where the player's looking, isn't it?
No, the actor forward vector is not necessarily the character. The players where the camera forward vector isn't necessarily the player's the character's forward vector. It's like the character forward vector and the forward vector of the camera are different.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah, but like the player doesn't know. Like the player doesn't have see an arrow in their head. Like because where Josh is facing, like that blend. Like so, as I'm turning right, the forward vector is sliding forward and left and right. So like if I do any movement, angles, or turning into it or whatever, I don't have a sense of where I'm actually aiming, especially because there's blend times in and out, right? So you don't ever know exactly where I'm aiming towards, which that's why it's so impossible for players to actually aim and get on the side of walls, like going like forward into them. But with this way, you can know, oh, I'm actually aiming at the edge of the wall. I'm not aiming to the left of it or aiming to the right of it. I can be 10 times more precise. And it actually allows me to now chain together more moves.
Yeah, but like I say, I think that precision should come from experience in playing the game. It should come from experience in reading Josh's character. I don't think it should come from.
But like we played a game for how long, and I still struggle to this day to get onto the side of a wall, like accurately.
What do you mean by get onto the side of it?
Like if I'm moving, like you know how like a ledge, right? Like a wall, not like going forward, so like I'm facing the face, facing the thin part of the wall to get onto balance, basically.
So like I
It's
just
super
do on
hard.
stream when it catches up.
Yeah, like that, right? It's super hard for like 99% of players to consistently do that because the small micro rotations of the character when they turn left and right, or like changes in input, you actually lose the sense of the forward vector. So like you then have to end up making your input very, very late up until the point that you are specifically sure that's the case. However, if there was something to tell you like, oh, you're aiming towards this wall now,
Yeah,
you can input earlier and also be sure that that's what I'm aiming to. Because here, like,
but you can't be sure.
it shouldn't take you 10 hours of gameplay to be able to climb that thin wall. Like,
but that marker's not doing anything to help because that marker moves around so quickly. I can't react to it anyway, and I spend so much time trying to zero it in that I don't enjoy it. It becomes like a whole separate mini arcade game of trying to get this sphere to line up, and because it's so sensitive, it just becomes frustrating.
no, but you could throw a damper on that, right, on the trajectory. The problem is, it's actually the only way to get accurate, to be accurate on it, like to actually see where my character's facing, because you lose without it, you lose accuracy, and in a dense level like this, it's near impossible to actually traverse it the way you want without any sort of assistance to be accurate.
Yeah, but the damper you was on about to make it so you don't.
No, sorry, you wouldn't actually add a damper. It would be difficult to add that because then it wouldn't actually follow the actual forward vector. Sorry, ignore that.
Well, okay, but so whatever approach you would take to improve that, like it's so sensitive, I can't get it on the right spot. Whatever the fix for that is, or the improvement for that is what makes you precise. It's not being able to see the marker; it's being able to pick the spot. But you don't need to see the marker to pick the spot. You need to know where Josh is going.
You kind of do, like, but like it's so hard. What I'm saying is, it's difficult to actually know where someone is going purely by off of just where my body direction is facing, because like your pelvis changes direction, right? Your pelvis is never super static, and like you make small micro adjustments. So like there, right? You could be off the wall or on the wall ever so slightly. So, however, if you had more of a run up and a marker saying I'm on the wall, you'll know better to keep this trajectory arc. Whereas without any sort of visual indication, you're not able to differentiate whether or not I'm aiming for the ledge or I'm aiming for the wall on the side.
Okay, so the size of that blue sphere, is that the size of it? Is that just a debug thing, or is that an actual representation of the area it's checking? Because if you made that sphere larger, or if you made that check area larger, I think you'd have more precision. Because, for example, in this tiny corner, contextually, unless we had a specific animation for putting one hand on the right wall and one hand on the left and coming through that angle, there's very little reason you'd ever want to cat pass it so close to that wall. You're more than likely aiming to try and get on top of it. So if you made that check a little bit larger, it would probably feel more precise.
The problem is that's so hyper contextual. Like it's impossible to like, because then you'd have to be like, then it's not find ledge, it's find edge in world given possible other world walls. Like there, right? If you're coming away from a distance with the ball, like when I play now for the first time, because like actively do not play without the debug sphere on, because I'm like, it actually helps me aim where I want to go, and then because of that, I'm able to actually traverse the wall world, and I
Is there
know
a
what I'm
command?
doing a bit more.
Is there a command for me to toggle it?
You just have to do it turn off in code in the find ledge function.
Ah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. It feels distracting to me, and even if it adds precision, even if it does work for the vast majority of people, even if it works it works for you and Dadley, it makes it feel like a different game. It doesn't feel like you're. How do I put this? It doesn't feel like you're controlling Josh or controlling a parkour athlete. It feels like you're controlling a marker.
No, but the whole point is that it's not about controlling the marker. It's still so this. It only feels like because of the debug sphere, and it's like it's a big blue thing that stands out like that, right? If there was some kind of way to just give an indication of like where on the wall am I kind of going towards, right? At this current stage in time, it would 100% help players play more and do things beyond just crash into the wall or fuck up. Because like I like generally without it, although like yeah you don't see it and you're able to jump and whatnot, but with it, it just like you can do 10 times more. Like just automatically you can just do more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, 2 out of 3, you got the majority of votes. So if it's working for you two, it's probably going to work for most people. But personally, it causes me more hassle than benefit.
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Hey, Derek's.
Oh, also, that was weird. Is there a reason that most of the votes don't work? What's up, Derek's?
Me and Derek's we need to sync up on the jump scale stuff. Together. I'm not sure too.
I found some sort of bug. This blue sphere is not moving, and I can't vault with climbing. Oh, I can vault. There you go. No, what the fuck is happening? What? So, what we're discussing, Delix, is as you come up to a ledge, this little blue debug sphere shows you where you're aiming. And we're discussing whether or not that's a good thing. For Dado and David, it helps them be more precise and allows them to follow through on what they actually wanted to do more accurately. For me, I find it distracting. But I don't have a suggestion for a better fix, so that's not the most useful feedback in the world. See, I kind of find it like have it shown in game. Yeah. It wouldn't be the blue debug sphere. It would like be an actual UI element, so it would look for good. But yeah, it would be like a marker to indicate what you're aiming at. See, for me, it almost feels like. Do you drive, David?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Go on.
So when you ride a bike, it's probably a very similar thing when you ride a bike. So when you drive, you get taught, don't look at the road immediately in front of the car. Look at the road 3-4 cars ahead, because it smooths out your motion a lot more. If you make adjustments based on your lane position right in front of you, you're making too many adjustments too quickly, and you get in this like swerve pattern. Whereas if you aim further down, it smooths out a lot more. And I find that I'm getting the same problem with the sphere. Is as I get closer to the wall, I become more and more unstable because I'm making adjustments based on a much shorter space. Whereas if I do it looking at Josh's character or just generally looking at the direction, I find myself a lot more accurate and a lot smoother.
Right. But I think I think the key to it is it being subtle enough where it's not what you're aiming for, but visible enough to actually provide assistance to let you know where you are aiming. because I think like there, right, like getting onto the edge, because I think the also challenge is like inputs should always do something, like if they're inputted reasonably correct, right? So like if you, it's near impossible to know why right now, to know when and why you're wrong. Was it that the wall wasn't valid? Was it that I missed it by just a bit? Was it that I didn't trigger it at the right time? Like there's, and even with a million Bales things, there's always still going to be a problem if you don't have some way to like help the player have a sense of where their character is aiming in the world. It's sort of like, okay, you know, like Batman games and Arkham games, right? When you jump to the ledges, or Spider-Man, right? Where you do your different jumps and your parkour up to the ledges and stuff, and you see the button pop up, right? And it's like, this is the ledge, do the input, or like pull to this ledge or pull to that ledge, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's on a scale because you need to be precise, right? But with most climbs, there is a much greater element of precision in there, right? You want to climb to a certain point in a certain thing, and it's unlike a car where you're very much in the present. With something like this, you are very much hyper aware of the environment and you're actually more focused on 5 steps ahead of you than where you are right now. Like when I play, I'm not looking at Josh half the time. I'm looking at where Josh is going. So I'm looking at the wall.
See,
and I do it, and then upon input, I then look at Josh react.
Right.
Because if I looking at Josh, I lose scale of like what's next.
That might be a difference in playstyle then, because I look back and forth. I'll spend a lot as I'm approaching something. I'm looking far ahead. As I get closer, I look close to Josh for timings, and then once I've started to vault, I look forward again. So I'm constantly changing the depth of where I'm looking.
But like, if you think
the
like
sphere distracts me from that.
But if it was subtle, like actually done well in UI, it could actually be like, so say I'm running towards the wall, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna hit it around this spot. Look at Josh, keep my trajectory, keep going, boom, go. Because I think it, like the only reason it moves off is if your input goes quick. Like if I run straight, the sphere is not moving much. Like it really isn't. Like the only reason I see it moving is if I turn a lot, and then, which makes sense. But if I actually settle and focus on the point at which I want to go to, the sphere like as well settles down too. So then it's like I now know where I'm going, and it's not a guessing. Is I hope I go there, or like I think I'm in the right way. Like you should be able to like know.
I mean, I get your points, 100%.
But so with Delix, with that, right? The one thing that Batman that has, it gives way more deterministic traversal, which and the difference is that in real life you go to where you want to go, right? In a game, because you're controlling a character, you lose that. And with motion matching, the movement of a character isn't 100% deterministic, right? So you need some kind of way to counteract that to give the player precision in movement. And like, because then it's like you always leave it up to like a 50% like I'm sort of precise, rather than like I know I'm being precise, because I can see where my character is actually aiming for. Because you don't know where Josh is aiming for. You have a general, like he's kind of aiming around here, but then small micro adjustments by you could actually provide a much bigger impact than you're aware of. So like it could be a difference between him vaulting off the side of something or onto a wall. Like if you make a change, which you think, what the hell, why I didn't even move the stick, but like in reality you actually did. So it's like a good feedback way of being like, how like relaxed and precise are my inputs being compared to against like where the hell is it, what is it picking up, like is it getting the wall, like because you can't see my screen. Oh, if you can see my screen, like this wall here, if I come at an angle, I could be coming at like this and be like, client, why didn't you I wanted to get on the wall, but then you're like, you aren't actually running straight because it didn't pick up the wall. Like here, you could be trying to get on the wall or you could be trying to run through, either or, right? So if you input a climb at that point, it's like, why didn't it climb? I was right by the wall. But then if you're running this way and be like, okay, climb, I know I'm inaccurate, now I know I'm trying to run through. Like it actually gives you the ability to control your purpose in the world a bit more. Yeah. It's not me saying I'm bright or anything like this. It's a discussion. And
no, it's just a debate back and forth.
Just going around it.
Yeah.
Because I also get what you mean in terms of like the marker feels a bit more like a game or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that the more you play, the more that experience replaces needing a marker.
The problem is that experience is like, it's still non-deterministic. Like, no matter how much you play, there is always going to be scenarios where you just won't know, no matter what you do, and you'll be like, what the fuck? So imagine like you're in a time trial and you want to climb this thing, and just because your camera is in a funky position, you had no clue. You think you're climbing. Like now, you'd think Josh is going to climb onto the wall here, but he's not, because he's actually just aiming off. So like this, you move your camera ever so slightly, and all of a sudden your perception of where you're aiming goes off. But then if I have it on, I'm like, okay, I'm actually aiming at the wall. Cool.
Shouldn't that just be on the player? Like, you wouldn't expect to, in real life, to do parkour, to run up to a vault or a climb and be looking way off to the side, like at the wrong angle, and not looking where you're going.
Not necessarily. Like something like that, right? Is like I could be wanting to look at, okay, what's around that corner? Okay, let me come around this. Let me vault over this wall. You'd think, for all intents and purposes, this angle there's nothing wrong with it, but you're actually aiming off, right? If you focus it in a different way. So, because then it's almost like you're forcing the gameplay into a very much like, you can only think one step ahead kind of thing. Like, focus on the immediate thing in front of you, which in one sense makes sense.
But
Like,
that's how you'd only be. The majority of your focus would be on the upcoming thing. You'd have plans in the back of your head for where you're going afterwards, but most of your focus is one step at a time. It's
100% in one sense, but in one sense, but like what makes the thing so cool is that you get to play in this bigger world, and when you're thinking of a line, you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna come around this corner, I'm gonna vault over this, come around that corner there, and you're like, okay, well, position myself so I can best come around this corner. And like, also, you're not always like 90% of gameplay isn't going to be line based. You're just going to run around and do things as and how you feel, right? So then you're going to look like, ooh, you vault over this real quick and do a double one over here. So it kind of makes sense to know that these moves have some kind of sequential, like logical progression between them.
Yeah,
I think generally, with it, a lot of players it'll be easier. It'll be easier to play.
I mean,
because I think it's just too hard to play now. Like in terms of traversing the world.
In that case, why not just put it in for the 0.1 release? And I mean, that's what the whole point of having releases of backers is to try stuff and see.
No, yeah, 100%. No, yeah, that's what we're saying. But yeah, like I was just discussing it still, but like that's what we're saying. I think we will. We need to come up with an idea for a useful UI, like because like you said, the ball is distracting. Like it is like it was a freaking bright blue thing, and then I get what you mean in terms of like you start aiming with the ball and not the character. Like it needs to almost be like a feedback thing, right? Like this is where I'm going. Like how can we do it in a very like subtle but effective way? Because I had mates play.
Could you make a very very slight brightening effect or a very slight darkening effect, whichever one would work better, where you're looking? So there's no like actual element. It's just like your tunnel vision is on it slowly.
Yeah, because I had mates play, and I think Dado had the same effect, and they were saying like, and I remember turning it on and off, and they were struggling like hell to get around. The second I turned it on, they were like, okay, I can see where I'm going. Like I actually know where my guy is aiming, and like now I can actually do more shit. And then all of a sudden, the guys that couldn't freaking do anything around the freaking map were starting to like be able to like, okay, you know what? Let me go off here and go off this bit here and jump to there, and then what the hell? Climbs. Yeah, they were starting to actually do
They're actually
the things that you want the player to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, give it a try. I think you're going to get I think you're going to get a strong split in response between people like.
Yeah, I mean, it probably will be optional, to be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. Maybe there's a penalty or something for.
Or have it like a
having
training wheels thing where by default it's on, like, especially if it was like this bright light instead of a bubble effect or something like that, like where it's more of a tunnel vision thing. And then it could just be the strength of it fades over the course of the first like half hour of the game. And then after that half hour, it's actually off, and you've gotten so used to it disappearing, you've almost not realized that it stopped helping you.
But that is my other thing. It's the half hour is just not like an accurate representation of the experience level. Like, you could spend an hour and still struggle, or you could have the thing on and spend 5 minutes and start doing cool stuff. And I would rather people within 5 minutes start doing cool shit than struggling for an hour and a half.
True.
Which is what I think that's the key thing, like session, right? The amount of times I hear like, oh, great game, but it took me like an hour and a half to get into it. Or Skate, like anyone could pick up the fucking controller and just jump in and do cool shit. And that's why people play that game over and over again. People still play Skate 3. It's because like you can never not play it for 2 years, jump on it again and fucking start doing cool tricks off shit, like land on crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like session for like 3 years or something and came back, you're like, oh, fucking hell.
Actually, so talking Skate, it doesn't have, pardon me, it doesn't have like an aiming, like a target.
No, but it has an assist. That's the difference. Like if you ollie near a pole,
it
onto
pulls
it.
you in.
That's the difference, right?
It's got like a magnet. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where they counteract your inaccuracy of the player, right? And because we don't really have that, like, oh, if you're near it, pull them onto it, because it's theoretically you want that freedom to be able to, like, parkour's a little less like skating. So I was like, if you ollie by a rail, you want to do that. Like, there's no, actually, no, I just wanted to just like go next to it. Like, no, okay, you wanted to get on the rail, like, you know what I mean? Whereas a parkour, it's like, did you want to climb the wall? Like, do you want to climb the wall? Do you want to climb this wall? Like, which one? Do you want to vault it? Do you want to jump it? Do you want to, like, how do you want me to assist you in this? Yeah.
Do handprint visualization for UI marker, like a handprint on the wall. Yeah, could do. It would probably be quite hard to see because you'd have to put it on top of the wall.
Yeah.
Which means you wouldn't really be able to see it, because if you put it against the wall, it's going to look weird, I think.
And then I do think that is then becomes a bit more of a, that is, you're aiming towards the handprints, right? That's the only thing, because then it's almost like the handprints are your target, and like it needs to almost be, like you said, subtle enough where you theoretically don't think about it, but your subconscious is there using it as a helpful guide.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like some sort of very vague tunnel vision effect, not like where it actually vignettes the whole screen, but it's just like a highlight.
Yeah. Because that's the main thing. I think we'll try it out. Because like you said, it's the point of these fucking versions. And then like everyone could hate it, right? And then it's like, no, get rid of it. It's like, okay, it's like fairs.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, what way do we try it out that is just better than just fucking putting the ball? Maybe for this one, we just fucking throw the ball in there and be like, yeah, look, you get the draw debug sphere. Like for now.
I mean, would it hard to do? Fuck me. Would it be hard to do? To just do like a little highlight thing? How would you do that? Give the ball.
Dado.
The problem is the ball doesn't actually exist, Delix. It's a debug thing, so there's nothing to give a shadow to. It's kind of just being drawn on the screen. Closer to like a post-process effect than... I suppose you could do the highlight in like a post-process thing. You could get that clear position. Well, no, locate. What would it be? Screen location? Screen position? No, because then you need like a perspective thing to it. You couldn't just have it be like a highlighted point on the sphere, because it would need like depth perception to it. So it would have to apply to the mesh, not to the screen. Post-process wouldn't work.
Yeah, particle effects are a tricky one because one thing like I was with this game, like I think it's like we always have to make sure that we are focusing on the culture behind parkour. Whenever you add like
that's the
world,
point. Particle effect might not be the way, but Niagara might be.
yeah,
Using Niagara might be the way to do it.
Because I'm always like, I think that's the one thing to like whenever we like VFX, right, and effects and particles and stuff, is that they always start to stray away from the concrete street vibes that parkour is, and more towards the sci-fi. Do you know what I mean?
But you could do that with
It's
Niagara.
because so many games now, like I remember I saw one thing on Twitter and it was like Call of Duty was like they need to. There was like the mobile skin, which was like some alien gun, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it needs to be in the real thing." I was like, "What?" I was like, "It doesn't even like there is no the games now have no theme. Like why would an alien skin be in Warzone? Like there is no
because Fortnite made it cool, bro.
It's so like there is no. You know what I mean? It's just like it's just adding random shit. Like there is no theme or concept or like it's rooted in something, right? Like it's like what.
But so going back,
like when they added space shit, it was just like I get it if it's based in space, right? Makes sense. But if it's boots on ground, why the fuck you have an alien gun?
But yeah, Niagara could be the way to do it because you could use it to spawn either a single particle or a single like sphere, like a mesh or something in that location that has a material instance on it that is just almost entirely transparent. It's like a white color, but almost entirely transparent, and that would give you a brightening effect on that location. Yeah. Niagara is probably going to be the easiest way, I think, to place a marker in 3D space and be able to control what it looks like.
But the thing is, Skate isn't a simulator, though. That's the thing, because I think they struck the most ultimate balance between the two worlds. It's not a sim, but it's realistic enough that it doesn't feel arcadey. Do you know what I mean? But it's not a sim where you like freaking you have to like manage your pushes or like do all this like pop with the right leg and like it's just like you know like pick both sticks of different feet and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's just like one stick does it all. Like they just yeah. So guys, how did you say you could do the controller, the tutorial thing?
If you press J.
Okay.
So guys, it's cold outside. I went out to put the rubbish out, and it came out in my shorts, but it's like Siberia out there. It's very cold.
Yeah, it's brutal. You just go down to my kitchen. It's cold right now.
Yeah. I think as a first game, a parkour sim is just too far on the realistic spectrum. And then Tony Hawk Pro Skater is too much like every other game that has parkour on it. You've got to strike your own balance, really, right? So we could lean either way, like, but it's about finding that perfect balance where it's like you can grab it and play, and within 5 minutes do everything you wish you could do, and then within 5 hours you're still learning more stuff to do. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Dado.
Yep.
So
I
with the
like to
weight,
see frozen. Sorry, it's just so cold.
no, a lower weight makes it more valuable, right? Is that correct?
A lower weight makes
Lower
it
weight
more.
alpha makes it more value, is that what we're saying? In terms of
Yeah.
when you weight each one.
Yeah, for example, there, velocity 0, 1, velocity will make it more favorable. Yes.
Why is that the case? Because wouldn't it be weighted lower in the overall accounting for the total
Yeah.
weight?
Yes, but I'm sorting on the lowest value.
But like, but what I'm saying is like, if so, our total weight for each animation is a combination of these three, right?
Yeah.
So then, wouldn't having an additional weight bias of a lower one mean this weight is actually less impactful in the total?
No, it's more impactful
Is it?
because they will add the less weight, so it will be they will have more chance to make it chosen. Well, actually, one sec. Let me.
But then the velocity is less representative of the total. You know what I mean? So like, if 0.1% of the velocity is actually accounted for into the total, then
No,
the
no, no,
surface
no.
growth
It's
is
not.
going to
No, no,
dominate.
no. It's that is a multiplier of the weight value. It's not a percentage. Is that velocity, right? It counts for 1/10. So when you sort by the lowest value, that will more likely to be picked up. But let me check that I'm doing the weight after. Well, sorry, before I do the. One sec. Oh yeah, I need to do the weight alpha after that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna check in a fix for that. But yeah, like the weight is the low, like just think about like golf, right? The lower the score, the better, right? So like,
Yeah. But I was thinking in terms of like, since it's then combined by all three, a very high surface weight would actually be more impactful of the total weight than velocity and jump scale.
yeah,
Like,
but that means that they will be less likely to be picked up. But yeah, I need to change where you do that multiplication, of course. That there is a bug at the moment, yeah. Does it make sense?
yeah, no, yeah.
But yeah, let me fix the bug first because otherwise that really doesn't work.
I don't know. I'm because maybe I'm thinking of it from like a neural network perspective, right?
Oh no, it's the opposite of the neural network. Yeah.
Okay. So like the
I
lower
mean,
weight.
we can have it as exactly as the neural network. We just do the sort the other way. If that is easier to represent
I
in your
see.
mind.
No, okay, I see what I see what it is because I'm okay. No, I see what it is.
I chose that way because usually when like well historically you favor less weight rather than more weight. Like the closer to 0, the more optimal. But yeah, I mean we can It doesn't really matter which way we do. We just need to sort the array the other way around. So I don't know. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, but you let me know if you prefer the other way around. We still got time to change it. Okay. Change the definition. Yeah, this is wrong actually. That was that spot.
Okay, wait. So sorry, like my brain isn't taking it. So like, because so I'm thinking of like this weight, right, as like how much this surface width should be considered as representative of the total weight, right? Like not represented, but
Yeah.
like how much
Yeah.
against jump scale and velocity, how important is surface width, right?
Yes.
But like a lower value would make it less important because a higher surface, like now your surface width. So if I made these both 0.1, right? That means your surface width is going to be the primary reason an animation is not selected, not your velocity and jump scale.
Sorry, say again. The high surface width will be.
So like, so your surface width, because I take more of its weight as the value you're using to calculate overall weight, my surface width will therefore become more of an indicator of whether or not a jump becomes chosen than velocity and jump scale. So like if I had like, so if we use values, for example, so if I said like I had two ones, like A and B, right? And like A is going to equal, the first one has a velocity of like 0.5, right? Jump scale of 0.7, or like we'll do it even 0.1, sorry. Actually even lower. So like 0.1, a jump scale of 0.2, the weight, right? And then another one of like surface width of like, let's not even do between, let's do like 1, 2, and then like 20, right? And then this one had something of like, I don't know what, 3, 5, and like 12 or some shit like that. Or
Hey, what's up, Let's Row?
oh no, okay, no, sorry, let's do this actually. Sorry. If we do like, okay, let's do like, what, I don't know, 5, 10, and 20. And then this one is, what, 1, 2, and 30, right? And we want to minimize, right? And so when we apply all our weights to these all, let's just say divide it by 10 and then leave this value as what it is. So then we get 0.5 as 1 and then
See you later,
20.
Alex. Thanks for joining us, dude.
And then we have 0.1, 0.2, 30, right? Then the total weight for this is going to be like 20.6. Oh, 21.5, sorry. And the total weight for that is going to be 30.3. Now, this one is going to get picked up, right? Because it has a lower total weight. But this one is actually better because I care more about the velocity and jump scale. But this one will get picked up because the surface width is so much more of a determining factor.
But the surface width is normalized between 0 and 1. So each one of those weights is always between 0 and 1.
So if I had like 0.9 now, like what 0.5 here,
UI does that.
and then we just said that. Even
That's
if
the main
it's
thing
like
you missed, to be honest. It's a lot of
2,
UI work. It's a lot
and
of
this
polish work.
is what? I don't even know.
Sorry to cut you guys off. Sorry to cut you guys off. Do you have like a custom stop movement immediately? Because the default one doesn't work. Doesn't stop the movement.
They want what? The custom?
Do you have a way for me to stop movement immediately, or to like set velocity to 0 or something? Because the Unreal one doesn't work.
But in which case?
Well, so I've worked out why the rotation to face the teleport to face the time travel doesn't work. It was working, but it was then being overwritten because the movement wasn't being stopped whilst you were teleporting. So it would teleport you, set the rotation, but you'd still be moving from the previous animation, which would then ruin the rotation, which is why sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. Because if I completely stopped moving first, then the rotation works. But if I had any movement happening, I would teleport, set the rotation, and then move out of position. So I need a way to like cut the animation, cut the movement, place the character, and then allow input again.
Is that for when you go off the map? Or when you restart the time travel?
It would be good for that as well. It would improve that a lot. But specifically in this case, it's for when I'm teleporting you if you're restarting the time trial. But basically, any time we teleport the player, we'd need it.
Yeah, for that one, see, for that one, you cannot do it in Blueprint because there is like all of the anim Blueprint and all the animation code is still running behind the scenes. So you set something in Blueprint, and that's completely not completely discarded, but there are things that run anyway parallel to that. So,
but it would be good to have a way to immobilize the character so we can move them and then re-enable input.
Yeah, it's a bit of an edge case, and
you'd need it.
There's no easy and clean way to do it.
Sorry.
There's no easy and clean way to do it at the moment.
There's no easy clean way to immobilize it.
Yeah.
Can you not just? Can you not stop playing anim montage or something?
No, because that's like there is a lot of code. There is not just anim montage. It's just like there is also a chain of logic that the anim character does it at every frame. It's got like about 20 managers in there. So
okay.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's kind of a miracle that it works like that. It could go horribly wrong, but it's not. Yeah, there's no there is no way to do that at the moment.
Okay. All right, I'll just take it off my to-do list then. We'll fix that at a later date. It's a minor thing anyway. It's mainly just polish, but.
Yeah, Dada. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because yeah, so this weight here, right?
Yeah.
This is to represent the influence of this in the output, right?
This is to yes, exactly. Yeah.
But then a lower weight means less influence.
No, it means more influence.
It can't be though. That's impossible because the less I take into account of velocity, the less influence it will have on my output, regardless of whether or not I'm trying to maximize or minimize it. Because like if you look here, right, if like these values here, this is less, right? But this has significantly, we would say we want it to influence more. So it should pick this one, but it won't because this has way more influence than the other ones. So like, even if we like, so in this algorithm here, it's going to pick A, whereas what we're saying is that it should 100% pick B because the influence of the velocity and jump scale should far outweigh the influence of the surface width, but it doesn't because they're much lower. Because like regardless of what we want to do with the output, higher weight or the higher you weight the input, that is reflective of what influence it will have on the output, regardless if it's minimized or maximized. Like if we want to find the biggest value and we want to say your velocity is the biggest indicator, I would times the velocity by more to be like, okay, you know, everything could be tiny, but if you have a huge velocity, right, then it's going to pick that one. Or if you have a tiny velocity, then it's just no way it's going to pick it, right? And then it's like, if I want to minimize it, it's the same thing. So like, if I want to say velocity is the be on and end all, I would times this by something huge. That way, then these values become redundant theoretically in space of the velocity because the actual range is so much bigger. So like a velocity, values could be like 10 and 20, right? And then my velocity could be in the thousands because I've multiplied it by a massive value. And then if it's like, then it's basically like, okay, well, this doesn't matter because changes in velocity go in the hundreds anyway. So we only really care about velocity. Because that's what I was noticing when I actually had these values low. Is that like it was having the inverse effect of what I wanted. Like surface width was being the primary thing, or vice versa. Because I'm trying to think from like a neural network perspective, and it's like even if I'm trying to minimize the output or maximize it, more weight must equal more influence.
So what are all those 03, 04, 05?
So this is just like an example I was using to be like, sorry, ignore this stuff here. So this was an example I was using to be like, if how like, so if I had values, right? So say these were all like, it was, so say like A was actually 3, 4, and then 5, right? And then B was actually what's it called? 1, 2, and then 9, right? If I said like, oh, these are my inputs, right? Now I want my first two to have way more weight and way more influence over the total output. By decreasing these values, they have less influence because they make up less of the sum. So then the primary influence, which makes a majority, is going to be this value here. So like if I times all these by 0.1, right, it's going to give me 0.3, 0.4. And if I times if they keep the last one the same, it's just going to give me 5. Like I know they're normalized, but if we just look at like a generalized whatever, like then if I do the same for the other ones, it's going to be 0.1, 0.2, and 9. And this will give me 5.7. And this will give me 9.3. Now, this is massively off, right? Because this has so much more, because the surface width has so much more weight to it. So now the main thing separating these two values isn't the jump scale and velocity, it's just the surface width. These, like, that's the key influence.
But you are doing plus. You need to do multiply.
But I thought our combined weight is each one added together.
No, it's constantly multiplied together. Let me check. I think it's constantly multiplied. Yeah, it's constantly multiplied together. So like the filter weights, they start from 1 and they get multiplied at each iteration.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, because I thought we were doing like each has a weighting for each one, and then we add the 3 weights to get our total weight, and then our total weight is what we then select. And then we decide, this then decides how much influence
it's like that, but we chain all of the filter weights. We chain them by multiply them together.
Okay, so I get my velocity weight. Wait, so there's no addition between these 3 weights, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's all multiplication.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Okay, that makes sense to me now. Okay, because I was confused because I thought it was addition of like velocity weight plus jump scale weight plus surface width weight. No,
No, because
velocity
if
weight
you
times
do
by jump scale
add,
weight.
I think you're always gonna get skewed by the number of weights you do, right? Like if you do 10, then you go between 0 and 10. If you do 5, you go between 0 and 5. If you normalize each one of them, then you need to renormalize the output as well, right? But that is, yeah. No, I think plus doesn't work, I think. I'm not sure if, I think, does it work if we
I
do...
thought it was like each make a combined total weight, and then that total weight we weigh it, and then just do the multiplying here of the alpha. This is how much that weight will influence. So it's like, like if we do like a neural network, the whole point would be to go through and constantly tweak these weights to get the right balance of how much each one weighs to be able to create an algorithm that predicts it accurately. That's what in my head I was going. That was what my head was doing. So that's probably what I thought.
Yeah, because usually weight and bias. I think I think you multiply the weight and you add the bias, but we don't have any bias. I think, right? If we add another parameter, right, which is a bias, then yes, we would do add, right? But if the bias is 0, the ReLU will always be a multiplication, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I still need to fix that bug though. Otherwise, it still won't work. Let me fix it.
Do either of you two have any like grunt work you need me to do? Because I've ticked off basically everything on my to-do list.
Really?
Really? You've said this like 5 times, and every time it results like
Ship it.
Ship it.
Yeah, Gans, I think right, let me fix this weight thing that our junior programmer still had it wrong, and in 10 minutes I want to try to get up the first skeleton of the tutorial thing. Okay, so get ready.
What do you mean the first skeleton? What?
I wanna try to play with the tutorial thingy.
Oh, what, calling it as and when you want it, I mean.
Yeah.
Sweet. Can't wait to find out everything I made was broken.
Well, it will be broken for
Oh,
sure.
100%. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I
can't wait to
I'm just
understand how that is broken.
I'm gonna do some time trials in 10 minutes.
One thing that you can do, meanwhile,
Uh-oh.
on some of the rooftops, for example, when you are starting just before the, the balance beam like of Doom,
Mhm.
can you check around all those rooftops? I think there are some very annoying up and down surfaces there. Like those um, flower plant thingy type of geometry that we hate. Can you make it like the other ones, like a little bit flatter?
Oh, okay. Separating together. That's what I've done the balcony on.
So what is the frame rate at the moment on a normal machine? 60?
I'm getting like, yeah, I'm getting like 70-ish, 70 to 80.
Still too slow. Okay, let's try the new way. I mean, it would be still wrong for me, but yeah, I think a lot. I'll check it in, David, and I'll let you try.
Sure.
And we check the logic again to see how that is. Okay, let me check it in.
Yeah, I want to jump off in a bit.
Okay.
All right, I'm actually gonna jump off. I'm shattered as well.
Yes, they're showing the normals of surface. When you're in edit mode, you come to this drop down. You can add to normals. You can show vertex, split, and face normals, and then you can pick the size of the lines as well.
Okay, David, do you wanna continue tomorrow morning? I checked in everything, so I mean that change.
Yeah, sweet. I'll grab that. I'm not gonna be around in the morning. Should be around in the evening though. I'll give you a shout. I will crack on. Yeah, either today or tomorrow. Really got to nail this thing because I want to have the jumps and the climbs done by Wednesday, right? Yeah.
By Wednesday, I thought we were doing a backer release tomorrow night.
Are we?
That's what I thought. Like, meeting with Drew on Wednesday, but I thought we was wanting for a backer release tomorrow night.
Yeah. It's just some sus stuff going on. We haven't done the scales for the vaults. This is IK curves. What would we do it? I'm not around much of the day tomorrow. Could do on Tuesday night. I might be mid AM.
No worries, plan. Anytime. Let us know if you want any other blender tips, and if I know, I will know. If I don't, I'll Google them.
Cool. Sweet guys, I shall catch you in a bit.
See you later, mate.
Cheers. Oh, again, there is one thing that you can fix also. Your favorite blue dot is telling you where the bug is on the rails. If you look
Interesting.
at the rails,
But that rail doesn't have collision.
huh?
That rail doesn't have collision.
Yeah, it has. It has.
Wait,
So it's there,
shouldn't
right?
it?
I should see only the blue dot on the top.
Right, but that can't be the problem, because David, when he was testing it, he deleted all of those lower rails, and he was still getting the issue. Even if they don't exist, you still get the same rail.
Well, just fix that first, and then we see, because I think that is wrong anyway, and it shouldn't be, right?
Well, yeah, fair. But like that that rail is set to no collision. It shouldn't be getting anything.
Yeah, something starts going on there. We need to check on that.
Okay.
Like, this rail here?
Yeah, set to no. Like, if you scroll down the details panel, it's set to no collision.
Yeah, but I think the problem is the static mesh. Static mesh here is project default. Block all. Set it to no collision. That's right.
Yeah, I just set it to no collision in the static mesh editor, and I'm still getting the little blue sphere on it.
Yeah, so let's try. What is the change that we need to do to not to make it? Yeah. There's probably another mesh there, I guess. Yeah, see, there is something there. Even with no mesh.
But there's no collision showing there. So what's it? What could it be picking up? Like, what are the options? Isn't it supposed to only trace for collisions? So, but there are no collisions there.
Okay. So it's part of the mesh of the top bit, right? If you set no collision to the top bit, it doesn't do it. So the top bit, for some reason, it remembers the bottom bit.
But I don't know how it remembers it. They were never one thing. They were always two separate pieces.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what we need to find out.
Let's get that. Okay. It's weird how it aligns with where that lower bar is.
It's just a coincidence.
Let me go try a different rail.
Even the one at the beginning of
Oh
the
no,
map is
no,
cool.
yeah, it's a coincidence. I just done it on the one at the beginning of the map, and it's doing the same thing where it hits something lower, but it's not lining up with the bar below it. So that it's just pure coincidence. That was a red herring. That was pure coincidence that it was hitting that bar.
Ah. Yeah.
It's not. So it's something else. It's not the collision box extends way below where it's hit.
Or it looks like is going exactly in the middle of the mesh. Somehow. What's happening in the middle of the mesh? Where's the box there?
No, it's not in the middle of the mesh. Because I just R'd it on the Z-axis and moved it up, and it's still hitting the same spot, which is no longer the middle. The middle is another coincidence. Is there... Okay, I don't know how to ask this because I don't know how to make it make sense. But is there a fallback detection? Like if it hits a ledge, it's like that's a thing we want, but it doesn't meet certain parameters. So fall back to like a certain height.
Well, what I can think of is it detects the lowest possible like step, you know, right? The lowest possible height that the character can step over. It looks a little bit off from that, but that is what I could think of.
Yeah, because it's quite consistently knee height. even if I move the bar around, it's quite consistently Josh's knee.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite stress, right?
Yeah, it's almost like it's actually irrelevant where the bar is. The bar's just triggering something. Oh no! Okay, I just raised the bar completely, and it's raised the sphere up to chest height. So it is to do with the bar. What could it be hit? John's gonna
I'm gonna
polygons
say,
again.
right,
It's my job.
why these fingers go 1700 triangles?
Because cylinders probably.
What?
Bless you. Because cylinders probably.
Yeah, but like, how can
Bless you.
I?
Bless you.
Thank you. Right, so this is weird mesh. Like, what is this thing here? Like, the edges are all wonky there.
Yeah, the corners for me, basically just bad modeling, basically.
But okay, so the thing is, right? What does it happen in this particular mesh? What's that meshes go different from other meshes? why the simple collision is off the bounding box of the mesh?
What do you mean?
Like it is about 10 centimeters bigger vertically.
It's probably just me eyeballing it.
But can't we just have like just fit a box?
Actually, yeah. Why would I have moved it? Oh, I don't know why I would have moved it, but apparently I did. But that's not causing the problem. No. The weirdest thing is, as well, I've remodeled a rail completely from scratch, re-exported, re-imported, and it's got the exact same problem still as well.
But the rest of the stuff is modeled in Blender anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah, everything's been modeled in Blender.
looks to me a little bit too simple, this collision, to have these problems, right?
It's got a bit. No. Sure, the trace has to be checking something other than collisions. Because if it's only looking at collisions, it's a simple box collision. The mesh is completely irrelevant. It has to be seeing something else. Right?
Could be. Could be. Let me debug the trace.
Well, because if the mesh is interfering with it, that's wrong anyway. You don't want the mesh to interfere, do you? You only want to see the collisions regardless.
Again?
Well, if like for some reason it's having a problem with cylinders, for example, just say that's the issue. That shouldn't like you want to fix that on the side of the trace rather than fix the mesh because it shouldn't be seeing the mesh at all. The mesh should be completely invisible to it. It should only be seeing the collision box.
Oh yeah, but I think that's not the issue. Yeah, I don't think he's tracing the mesh. I mean, it doesn't even know about the mesh. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it could well be a coding issue. Maybe, I don't know, something that particular case, for whatever reason, that box. I mean, we got another billion boxes in the level. I don't know why that box specifically he behaves like that, but
yeah, and it's not. Thought maybe it was like the depth of it or something. Maybe it's too thin, but I've made it deeper and it's still got the same problem.
yeah, so here we do yeah, it's yeah, that trace is no difference between those trays.
How can you see anything right now, Dado? Why did you not put it to like? Why did you put it to like one frame rather than duration?
You know, look, look at that. Ooh. Yeah.
So so it's hitting above and below. So why is it picking in the middle?
Yeah. Okay. Let's do another trace then. So that trace that is correcto. Actually, I'm gonna leave that on. I'm gonna leave that on. And I'm gonna move. Could be an actor problem. Doesn't understand it. Let's check.
They're just static mesh axes, the same as anything else.
No. I'm gonna start. Oh yeah, I want this. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. Alright, so oh, what the hell?
That's hitting the top of the rail, though, isn't it? That's like the traces make the contact in the right place. It's just putting the blue sphere in the wrong way.
No,
Right?
no, it like no. It doesn't. No, I mean you look at the difference between. Yeah, that is what it should do.
Oh,
Like,
green down. Oh, sorry, green down until it hits, and then it's red.
why does it keep going? See, what I don't understand is why does it go through there? Oh. Is the thing double-sided?
Uh, no.
Oh, no, I think. Oh no, it's okay. Ah, no, okay, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, no, he's red. Okay, fine. So it's red, it goes there. uh, But then gets the thing wrong. So down. Yes. Okay. No.
No. Completely separate issue. Well, not issue, but so I just went to see if I could set up a player start that only works if we're not in editor, and then we can spawn wherever we want. But there's always the backup one that stays still.
Yeah.
Which it turns out is super easy to do, but the flag for it is private, so I can't access it in Blueprint. There's a flag.
So-
There's literally a is play in editor flag that Unreal stores for you, and then you just set which player start to use based on that. But it's private, so I can't access it in Blueprint.
How are you supposed to use it if you're a Blueprint only project?
If you're a Blueprint only project, I guess you're not supposed to use it.
Really?
Yeah, guess so.
But if it's private, it's not even accessible in C++ then.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I found a ton of people saying that they were using it in code. But I can't get it in Blueprint anywhere. Unless maybe it's not, maybe private's the wrong word. Maybe it's not private, it's just not accessible in Blueprint.
Alright.
Okay, I'm just gonna discard where I was rooting around inside the game mode because I've definitely broken something, so I'm gonna discard that. Did you want to keep on at the rail, or did you want to do the call in the tutorial?
You give me another 5 minutes on the rail. I think I think I got an idea.
No, it's
Chippy trace channel thing, right? Really? Think. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's an actor problem.
But they're static mesh actors.
Yeah, it's something about that. Let me check. Yeah, yeah, it's that one. Okay. I think I'm closing that. I think it. It looks like it.
Did you just lose that thought? Or...
Yeah.
Was that one of those where you went to speak it and then it just left and you're like, I don't know what I was going to say.
Give up.
Do you know what the really weird thing is? At one point, the rails were working.
Oh.
Because I remember ages ago, I forgot I had set like that box collision for them, and they weren't working. And I went through and I set a box collision for them, and you could vault them correctly. And then at some point, and I don't remember when, they stopped working. But then it took us a while to notice, I think.
Hmm.
Oh. Can you remind me? Ah. When I get to the plan, I remember looking about things. I just got that animation where you turn too fast and he like stumbles and puts his foot down, puts his hand down. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
That's such a cool animation. You so rarely see that.
Yeah.
It like never comes up. We can stay for the cleaning. I just here for the drama. Our black dress, not pajamas. Do you know, as much as I do love it, I think Josh can take a little bit too much of a height drop at the moment.
Yeah.
I really don't want to say that because I absolutely love it and it makes for really cool cinematic jumps. But the dude can take like 40-foot drops. 40, 50-foot drops. I really don't want to say that because they're fun. They're so fun to do.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's that blend between video game and real life that you don't want to necessarily map one-to-one.
Hey, what's up, anime? We make it like Tony Hawk, introduce for the story guys, playable characters with interesting stats and such. Yeah, I think so. There'll be like other big name parkour athletes as well, like Durkee and Don Smartman as well, with their own like uniqueness to them. So Don Tomato, for example, has no fall damage or something. Or like Don Tomato has no fall damage if you're doing a flip. Kadori can just take static drops for days, like shit like that. Oh no. Okay. This string of 3 jumps is so fun to do down those roofs. It's obscene that a human being could do it, but it's so fun.
I've never even been on that part of the map.
It's like my favourite part, just climbing up and then doing that string of 3 jumps down. It's like my favourite thing.
Give me 2 minutes. Have a coffee
Yeah, no worries.
with that thing.
Are we doing it in code or in blueprint?
Tell you in 5.
That's fine by me. I'm gonna do this string of jumps one more time and then do some other time trials. You don't know what I'm looking for. You don't know what. Or actually, anyone still in the stream, is there any part of the map you want to see? Is there any little bit of gameplay you want me to show off for 5 minutes? Oh no, I've overshot it! Oh, you can make that. Oh, you can make that flat. What? I didn't even know you could make that. Something was telling makes me cry, like a special song. How did I make that the first time? What? That's kind of cool that you can make that, but it's a really specific time. So I just got lucky. Take this away from me. You can't pass that rail. Bet you can't because it's lower. Yeah, no. It's lower than you, so you can't do it. The way it sings, or the joy that it brings. Huh? Whoopsie daisy. I should make some money. You work in the summer wind. What's beautiful? Can't take this away from you. Yeah, I have mood. Please bring clarity. Can't take this away from you. The way I hear the melody. Always bring clarity. Always bring clarity. Well, stay protected by the laws of fun. Wait. Why can you jump on A?
I want to see how long did you guys
Why
how
can you
long
jump
the
on A
evidence
now?
about that. Eh?
Why can you jump on A?
That's a good question.
Is it because A and spacebar are bound to the same input event, and that input event now lets you jump?
Well, no, that is more of the fact. Like the cause is because I wanted to see if anyone would notice. So my reasoning is until we have another use for X, I wanted to avoid all the hyper casual games that they would expect jump with X.
Right, okay. So it's purely just to shut people up for a couple versions until something takes that button.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. So for the calling the tutorial, are you doing it in code?
Well, let's see. Let's see. All right. So, give me one more minute. I'm just.
This has become like your white whale now, hasn't it?
This again.
Do you know what? It's really weird. I've gotten so used to using the right trigger for jump. I actually don't like using A button now.
Yeah, I know, because once you're used to something, it just becomes like.
Yeah, but it's weird because when we first put a jump on the trigger, it felt strange. But I understood the logic of it. It just felt strange. But it's become so natural that the other one is like, yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Why is jump ever on this?
Yeah. I think like my main reason why I wanted to keep as much as possible with those 4 fingers is I think ergonomicity it will play a big factor in how not easy to play, but how comfortable and satisfying the game is to play. If we could do amazingly cool stuff with just 4 buttons, and those 4 buttons are really, really comfortable to spend, quite some time with it. I think
That's good. I mean, it's a good idea. Also, since when have you been able to jump out of the balance? You can jump in a balance
that
now.
one was a long time ago, yeah.
That's actually sick. Because for a while you couldn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That actually opens up like a whole new avenue of challenges. It's insane how much just like one little thing can open up a whole new area of gameplay in this type of game.
Yeah, no. And we didn't even start with the gameplay.
No, I know. Like I can't stress as well how much of a huge update it's going to be when we put pre's in, like when we put sticks.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to be insanely huge. It's going to add so many options of what you can do as well.
Yeah.
It's exciting. This rule's not long enough for what I'm trying to do. I love Josh's hair in that view.
Yeah, I don't know whether no, really, no.
I don't know.
Ariel, explain yourself. Yeah, this. Really good.
What has David disabled the climb to stick?
The what?
Where you could like climb if you're not pushing forwards when you climb, he stays on the spot and goes straight to balance.
I don't think he never had that.
Yeah, he did at one point. Ah, come on. That has to be makeable. It kind of shows that this game really has something when I'm spending like 5-10 minutes trying to do a stupid like nothing challenge, and I'm enjoying every second of it. Like it just feels good to try it. What you call it dead. Shout out to the Blasphemous, White Ray Dreads of the Asian Threads. Over. We shout to the girls, near down well, we can sense and care well. Street back to the junction, big door, it's like monster, it's quick. And now let's go coffee and big. Therefore, I romance. Back to nothing. Is it really not makeable? That must just be out of range. So annoying. What was that? I think it's based on your input velocity. So if you're like basically standing still, you can climb up to the spot, which is cool. Is it right? Yeah. Okay. No. Okay, it was a fluke. I'm not. Ignore me. Oh, the material on that face.
We need to add some collectibles for like exploring the whole map and stuff like that.
I don't know that one.
We had it in the other map, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We had the thing. Yeah, but that was with the graffiti, and we don't have the graffiti in, do we?
Yeah.
But I can do like a simple pickup thing. Shouldn't be too hard. In fact, I could probably. No, that's a bad idea. The only problem is with how assisted the gameplay is right now, it's not really a challenge to get in.
Yeah.
So like any sort of collectible thing wouldn't really there'd be like no challenge to it. It would just be a way to drag the player around the map to see things.
Yeah.
Is that really what you want collectibles for?
I mean, but for now, I mean, this map is not gonna even be. I mean, in this form, it's not even gonna be in the game anyway. So. Yeah, I think like for now, it's just okay. We will need to really understand how to convert this map into a real one. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Alright, well, whilst I'm waiting for you then, I'll start messing around with the collectibles pickup system. Fabric.
Yeah, okay, screw this.
We heroes were okay. I feel like a prince from the south and under the bills, because I wasn't blessed with no feel. Feels. My life is a flip. See those days that get shot on. What? How is that? How is this vanished? How is this possible? Where did I send it? Did I send it in SP? Why would I have done that? There's no way I would have sent it direct. Oh my god, I sent it in fucking SPP. Why would I have sent it there? Absolute psychopath. How can smooth flows into Fucking hell, that's a lot of traces on your screen, Dada.
Yeah. So bullshit. Alright, gonna delete all this madness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna remove this. It's all BS. All right. Let's do some tutorial.
The collectible system is nearly finished.
You can collect stuff.
Just need to make a material for it and then place them around the world. It's done.
Right. Okay. Nothing to record there. Bye. We had a tutorial before, right?
What do you mean? Oh, what,
Wonder Voice.
the one with drip?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was before me though, so I don't know anything about how that was set up.
What are the settings for the graphics and stuff saved?
I don't know. Unreal has a default place called game, like where the game user settings go. I think it's the game mode.
Game mode.
I think they get saved to the game mode.
But like, there is a file something?
Have a look. Target is game user settings. That doesn't returns the game local machine settings. Target is game user settings. But there's a class or a U object or something called game user settings that it gets saved to. Ah, here you go. I got the header if you want it. Yeah, it's a class, U game user sets. Do you want me to just send you the screenshot?
No, it's fine.
Oh, hold up.
I guess that is the default like thing where game settings are saved.
Yeah.
And you access that in Blueprint?
Yeah, it's a public thing you can get.
So look at this thing then. Okay, there are lots of things that we can use in this tutorial, to be honest. Okay. Let's have a look how we can. All right, so you save game. I guess like save game, it's save game is be more than that.
There you go. We have a collectible system set up. We just need to decide what the prize is, I guess, for winning. And where they will go.
What's the phrase?
Well, at the moment, once you've got them all, it prints some debugs text that just says, you got them all.
Yeah.
Because I just needed to make sure it was seeing that you got them all properly. But it would be nice, like, if we're going to do a collectibles thing, it'd be nice for there to be some sort of, like, prize or reward or something.
Yeah, I think that is a classic thing that it could be the first because unless it's like persistent, right? It's always like volatile. It just do that thing and then nothing happens, right? Or nothing gets registered anywhere. I think that's a perfect scenario to do. What's the name of that? Not leaderboards, achievements, right? The online achievements, right? Yeah, collect all of the collectible thing. You got that achievement.
Oh, we could do like a proper achievement thing, like do all time trials, get all collectibles.
Yeah.
Get dev time on all time, like get bronze, silver, gold, dev, and store times on all time trials.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if I need to check the uh the networking stuff, the multiplayer stuff, I think it requires to do it live. It requires approval from a real, and
Yeah,
I
but
don't know if you can do it as a demo.
we don't need to do an online achievement system right now. We could do an offline one. It's just saved locally.
Yeah, but that's that's quite really cool to do, because we had it running, but I think the thing is the I think you need to log in. I think you need to manually add the whitelist the user that can play the game. And now we got a few backers ish that can play the game, but if we start having decent numbers, then that becomes complete madness, right?
Yeah.
Really need to speak with Epic and see how do you possibly can test the multiplayer? Because really, we're doing massive testing. No, not massive testing, but we're basically doing some big QA sessions, right? Quality assurance, not questions and answers.
Yeah.
Right. So, how do you use this? What game? Okay, so we have a lot of things for tutorial. I think it was working relatively okay. Let's check this out.
Creating a save game. Oh, I know how to do save game objects. I've had to make a save game object for the time trial system.
For everything, right? For the tutorial, for...
I mean, you could have one global one, or you can separate them into different objects, or... I don't know if there's an efficiency trade-off for separating them, but or like a performance trade-off, but I mean, I suppose it gets complicated communicating between them, but you just rename the save objects I've got with all the time trial stuff already going through it, and then we just add the tutorial stuff on top of it.
Yeah, but like we need to have like a centralized system that like manages all the stuff, or otherwise it's all scattered around, and yeah, it just becomes this like spaghettify jelly cake that it just wobbles all over.
Spaghettified jelly cake.
Yeah.
But,
You know, something that like it just wobbles all around as soon as you move something. No, don't touch that thing. It's gonna blow. Oh shit, it's broke. Especially like dealing with blueprints and references. Just I really believe you cannot do anything decent in blueprint, but maybe people keep proving wrong. Custom thing. No. Alright. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
That was kind of sick.
Great save game object. Save game to slot. AC game. Yeah, so we got this one. Mm. Okay. So here, tutorial save game is right. Alright, what's tutorial state? Alright.
Ah.
Okay, I mean, I got quite a lot.
Hey, what's up,
I'm
Game
gonna
Lux? Hell yeah, this game's nice. This game's nice as hell. Wait, why don't I just track that? I'm going to start here. So I want to see if this is possible.
Right, okay.
There you go. Okay, so yeah, you can get a... I mean, I didn't build it on my own, but we've built it, yes. Okay. Well, do it this way. Hopefully.
Mm.
Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Oh, come on. What? What is that?
Alright, okay. You ready?
Yeah. I'm just placing some collectibles around. That sucks. No. Right. Save the level and let's hit it. So what's the plan of attack, do you reckon?
Right. So so we got that tutorial thing. Right. The first thing, right? Where that tutorial thing lives. Right. I don't want to put it in player character. It looks sus to me.
What tutorial thing?
The save game thingy, right? Actually,
Right.
what do you use it in the for the time trial?
What do you mean, where do I use it? Like, where do I
How
call
do
it?
how do you load and save the time trials?
So you have a save game object. Where's my time trial? Where did I put it? Where have I put it? Oh, here. Yeah, so you've got like a save game object that there's basically no logic in it. It just stores your variables.
Mhm.
And then whenever you want to save or load from it, so when I load, I do a check. Does the save game exist? And you have to give it a slot name as well, which I use a variable so that I don't mistype it. So does the slot name exist? If it does, you can load from it. So you load the slot, and then you get it gives you the object reference that you can cast to that save game object, and then you can pull variables from it. And when you save,
Yeah.
you do the same thing in reverse. So you just do like the save game exists, cast to it, set the variable, and then save game to slot. And you can
asynchronously.
I don't know what asynchronously means in game in terms of game.
Like, do you wait until the game is saved, or do you just call it and then it saves?
Do you wait until it's?
So there are two saves game. One is synchronous and one is asynchronous.
Okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't save it until you call this save game to slot. Even if you set the variables inside of it, so like I cast to it, so I'm like create save game object, or if it already exists, then I'll load and cast. I set the variable, but it's only like temporarily locally stored until I save game to slot. I don't know if that's asynchronous.
Can you search if it's like save game to slot? Actually, go.
This will write out on the chance. Oh.
Yeah, it's async save game to slot.
I don't have different save game to slots. I don't have like a sync async one. I just have save game to slot.
No, it's called async save game to slot.
Doesn't exist in, unless you're looking at a UE4 thing. Maybe it got taken out for UE5.
No, that's pretty important.
Or unless it got renamed and now the current save game is just async by default. Save the contents of the save game website. Save select files. Right.
Anyway, it's not very important because we're probably gonna move all the code into another place. So that save and load thing that you have, right? How do you call it?
I've just got it as a function. I call it whenever I want. So I've got like a function library for the time trial, all the time trial functions. And I just, when I, for example, when I like finish the race and I check the best time, I literally just call save new best time, which is just straight out the function library. So you can call it from wherever you want. It doesn't really matter.
And what is the name of the function? Save?
Yeah, so if you want to save to the slot, then it's save game to slot, but the slot has to exist first.
No,
So-
I mean, like, what do you pass into that function?
Just an executive pin. I've got like a root number and runtime, because I use them in the function to check if it's beating the best time or not. But that's nothing to do with the save. That's specifically for the time trial logic.
Yeah, but how does it know that he has to save that specific object?
Oh, so when I do load game from slot, it gives me a save game object reference, which I use to cast to my time trial save game. So then I use that time trial save game as the reference when I do save game to slot. So because you have to give it.
When you call save time trial, right?
Yeah.
What do you call it with?
I call it from my like time trial marker.
Yeah, but what do you pass as input to this function?
What, this integer and float, or the exec pin?
Right.
Hang on. Let me share my
runtime,
screen in Discord.
right?
Let me share my screen in Discord. Give you the give you the real time. Sorry, I just realized you were working off the stream.
Yeah, this is probably okay. Saving new best time, right?
Yeah, so that.
And the runtime. That is all the data that there is.
It doesn't even need this root and runtime. That's specifically because I'm checking. So the variable I've got in my save game object is a map. That I set the root numbers and the current best time for that route. So these are just checking. Sorry, not checking. These are setting that map. So it sets the best this runtime value at this key.
Yeah. So you need them,
And then-
right?
Yeah. So because I cast from the save game object to get the map. I set the key and the value, and then once I've done that, I then just call save game to slot, because this sets it as like a temporary variable, and then once you do save game to slot, everything that's currently set to that save game will get like permanently saved.
Yeah. Sorry, can you try again? Async. Oh, is that function cannot do async? Is that the reason? Can you go somewhere else that is no function and try async save game to slot?
Comes up with like async rendering and async loading.
No, remove
But-
case sensitive, context sensitive. Yeah.
Search async action, cancel active, async cooking, async loading, async rendering. Doesn't say
But this
about
is still a function, right?
Well, this is the blueprint actor. I'm not in function anymore. I'm just in an actor.
But you are what? You are in the event graph.
Oh, sorry. Oh, async saves games slot. Sorry, I thought I was in the event graph. Schedule an async save to a specific slot. It's the native version of this when the save succeeded failed.
So that is yeah, I mean we should use that because of then when we do this certification stuff like that, you cannot stop the game, especially when dealing with persistency. Yeah, everything needs to be async. But by the way, that is it's a small detail, but it sort of is not, because if we cannot use this into blueprint function, then that's completely stupid.
So async schedules a save to happen when the game closes. Is that what that means?
I don't know when does he
But it schedules it to happen at a future time, not when you call it.
yeah, it does it. In theory, it does it while the game is still running, right? So
Right, because the way Blueprint handles functions is you can only make it a function if it's capable of executing immediately. So you can't have delays, you can't have timers, you can't have anything that acts at a separate time to when you're calling it. Which is probably why you can't.
but then you
can't have
can call it
async
from this, which doesn't make much sense to me.
from the event graph.
Yeah, I mean, you can call a function from here, right? So
Yeah.
you know, what's the point? Anyway, so it may not be a problem for now, but I don't wanna use a system that is gonna be a big problem for later, because that's gonna be a big technical debt that we cannot have.
So
What other things you can use instead of functions?
you can use macros. See if you can do it in a macro.
Yeah, the bit shit.
Yeah, you can do it in a macro. You can have macro libraries the same way you have function libraries. So you can have one central library that you call it from.
All right, so let's decide where where's the place where we put the manager for all of these things, right? So in general, right, the stupid real thing has like the game mode, player state, the player controller. What other stupid thing has it got that they all look like the same to me?
Game mode, pawn class, controller class, state class, game state class, player state class, spectator class.
They all look pretty similar to me.
So game mode,
Player
game state, player state.
Game state. Game state. What is game state class? A none we got even.
Class of game state associated with this game mode.
Can you Google how, like, what is the use for game state class range? What is the classic usage?
Game state. The game state is responsible for enabling the clients to monitor the state of the game. Conceptually, the game state should manage information that is meant to be known to all connected clients and is specific to the game mode, but not specific to any individual player. It can keep track of game-wide properties such as the list of connected players, team score and capture the flag, missions that have been completed in open world, and so on. It's not the best place to keep track of player-specific things like how many points one player has for capturing in capture the flag. Because that can be handled.
What is that place? Is that the play state?
No, this is game state.
No. So, what is the best place to keep track of the player stuff?
Player specific stuff is player state.
Player state.
Yeah, game specific stuff is game state.
Right. So should we have the player state?
Because the same is unique.
The tutorial thingy? Is that the right place? Although it's called a state, so it should just be data, right? Can you search player state? What is that thing?
Oh, fucking Unreal documentation. Give me a description of what it is. Don't just list what it can do.
Yeah, it's complete bullshit.
A player state is created for every player on a server or on a standalone game. Player states are replicated to all clients and contain network game relevant information about the player, such as player name, score, etc.
Nah, it's bullshit. We don't care about that yet. I think that leave us with the game mode, right?
So, game mode.
Game mode.
Well, certain fundamentals like the number of players required to play or the method by which those players during the game are common types of games. Limitless rule variations are possible depending on the specific game you're developing. Regardless of what those rules are, game modes are designed to define and implement them. There are currently 2 commonly used base classes for game modes. Init game, yeah, whatever.
Doesn't really look like the best players game mode also.
No, game mode looks like it's used to hold the rules of the world. It's not replicated to any remote clients that join the multiplayer game. It exists only on the server, so local clients can see the stock game mode class that was used, but cannot access the actual instance and check its variables. No, this doesn't look like the one holding.
What is a player controller?
The player controller is like the game input, I believe. So like gamepad input, keyboard input. Like anytime I want to, in Blueprint, anytime I want to affect something involving input, like switch between game input or UI input, I have to go through the SPP player controller. A player controller is the interface between the pawn and the human player controlling it. Yeah, so any input that goes into a possessed pawn goes through the player controller.
Okay, then the best fit it was the player state, right?
Yes, because that holds information local to the player. Individual to the player, sorry.
Player state. Well, what we got as the player state, what is our class?
SPP player state. But it doesn't. I think it's a code only thing because it doesn't exist in the concept browser for me.
SPP. Oh, okay.
Oh no, sorry, it does exist in the. Yeah, it's a C class. It's a C++ class. I don't have it in Blueprint.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tutorial state. Yeah. Okay.
You already worked this out months ago.
We already have it, to be honest. All right. So that was at least the correct thing to do. I just want to transform. So player state, it's tutorial player state. Save tutorial. Load the save tutorial. All right. Okay. All right. So yeah, tutorial state. Okay. I mean, it's not really tutorial, but the tutorials. Okay, let's try. Let's try to have some of this. Load game, save game. Alright. So tutorial save game. We go stage section. Alright. Let's have our first thing, and then we remove all of this crap. What's user index that I see?
So that, like, if it's a single player game, that would always be 0. But if you have multiple players in the lobby, it's who is which user, basically. Everyone would have a unique index.
But if you save your game data, your games, the whatever thing is called, it's always yours, right? You don't save somebody else, right?
No. You have to set a user. Well, you don't have to, but it defaults to user index 0.
Yeah.
For some platforms, master user index to identify the user doing the saving.
Is that when you have more than one look, like split screen or something like that?
I think if you just had more than one player in a lobby, you'd want to use the user index.
Okay.
I think so. What else would it be for?
No, I think it's when you have a multiple player play knocking in like split screen or something like that. Right? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I guess so, because from your own viewpoint, you're always going to be player 0 locally on your machine. It would only be the server that cares which index you are. But if the server's not doing the saving, if it's always you doing the saving, then for all intents and purposes, it's always 0. So yeah, I guess that would only become a thing if it was split screen. God.
Okay, so can you go into any blueprint and do get SPP player state? I think I got a function with that.
No, I can get player controller. I can get tutorial state, but there isn't like a get player state. It's just a get tutorial state.
Okay, try get tutorial state. Yeah, you need to define. Okay, yeah. So how do you get the player state? No, I mean, can you just do get player state, or I don't know, like, can you do player state? Okay.
Oh, yes, but it doesn't. Player state object reference is not compatible with SPP player state object reference.
Yeah, try to cast it to ASPP player state. And
I need to plug this in to see if it will pass or not. I mean, it compiled.
Yeah.
Which implies it might work.
Can you do a printf with that number?
With the number,
Yeah, get player state. No, sorry, get tutorial.
Stage.
Well, get tutorial state, right? We got any variable there? Get tutorial stage?
Yeah.
Should be 0, of course.
Yep. I was just pumping out a ton of zeros. Well, I said, yeah, it pumped out 0.
Right. Okay.
So that works.
Can you do right in the first one? Can you do let's see.
First one.
The state is how do we save it? State. Did they remove it? I think I removed that function. Save the game.
So
Yeah.
why are you choosing to do this in Blueprint now? Is it so that I have access to it for like time trial and stuff?
Sorry?
Why are you choosing to do it in Blueprint this time, but you done it in code last time?
No. That is still in code. Alright. Okay, so can you do get get tutorial press the save tutorial. Are we going to save? No, that is progress. Can you set tutorial stage?
Yeah.
Well, can you set it to 1?
What, and then print it afterwards?
No. Just set it to 1 and then kill it and run again with get tutorial stage. Oh, right. Okay, now that's fine. It will be okay. Just run it once and then stop and run it another time to see if that gets set to 1.
I mean, yeah, set to 1.
Yeah. Set it to 0.
Yeah, 0.
Fine.
6. Yeah, it prints whatever I set it to.
Right. Okay. So we can use this interface here. Right. Okay. So. So the game starts, right? And it starts there, for example, right? So what is the best way to say after? So we need to have a logic that, let's see, after 10 seconds, it will pop up the first tutorial say, oh, you can jump with the right trigger, for example. And then we need a way to say if you don't do it, then maybe after another 10 seconds, you say, you really jump with the right trigger, try. And that maybe like doing like that until you do it, and then chain any other instruction. Maybe like a combination of time-based and
So
reaction, maybe.
or so what? So like the gameplay. So you'd have kind of like tutorial stages where you've got. So you could have a series of instructions set to index. So like index 0 is jump, index 1 is cat pass,
Yeah.
index 2 is climb,
Mhm.
and then just have it every time. Yeah. So after 10 seconds, it will try to do stage 0, and then after like another 10, 30 seconds, or whatever, it will check. Sorry, if you ever do it, then we just mark a flag or something, and then it checks if that's been done.
No, if
if
you
it
ever
has,
do it, then we save it. We save the game, right? We save the
yeah, that's what I mean.
the
Like you
save
save,
game
you save
thing,
that it's
right?
been done, and
Yeah.
then when it checks that, if it has been done, then it goes on to the next stage, and just follows the loop. If it hasn't been done, it reruns
Yeah,
the
it
message, but
keeps
with like
pestering you until. I
with
think
like
like the first time we keep pestering the player until they finish the tutorial, and maybe we see this is where it starts to get a little bit like the complexity starts to increase, because then you can add a skip tutorial, I don't care, or oh no, I want to redo it again. You know, like all of those things that are really annoying because they always create branches of combinations that you haven't thought about. Um, yeah, but so generally, I'm more interested to understand. To understand where. Oh, but by the way, that save game thing uses async game state, so it doesn't really save it when the game exits. It looks like it's saving quite immediately. Anyway, yeah, I'm more interested into understanding where is the best place to hold all this logic. Um,
well, the player state would make sense because it's individual to the player.
yeah, but the player state, I don't know, just doing logic in the player state, it feels quite fast to me.
So
Because the player state hasn't got a begin or a tick. It has got, it's just a class, right? With some
so do it in the game mode. Then.
function. Sorry?
Do it in the game mode. Because you could say like tutorial is a part of the game mode. It's a section of game mode. It has its own set of rules.
Yeah.
And then that also means that. Actually, that might be a good idea because then it means that the tutorial is unique to the game mode. So if you're playing like standard single player or something like that, then it play the tutorial. But if you're playing like the multiplayer game mode, like multiplayer lobby, race, time trial, or something, it won't have the tutorial logic in it because it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. What do we have in our game? Well, our game mode is he has got all the funnily enough, he has got all the multiplayer stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing that's what MM is. No, actually, what's MM game mode?
Yeah, multiplayer.
Why is it 2 M's? Shouldn't it be MP?
Yeah. I don't know why I call it man.
Multi-man game mode.
Ultimate.
Multi-man.
What is it called? MM?
MM game mode. Yeah.
What is it?
My game mode. It is content live core. MM game mode.
Yeah, but can you open that thing? What is that thing?
Yeah, I'm in it. I mean, in Blueprint, it's like in the event graph, it's not anything. It's in.
It's nothing?
No, it's got a ton of information in it, but there's just nothing in the event graph. All of the information is in this details panel at the moment. It has a ton of functions here that you can override but happen by default. So like begin play, on log out, on post login, choose player start, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the good news is you can get like player state and that in here. Doesn't cause any problems. Get player state and get tutorial stage and all that. So if I just, yeah, that works. When I began to play, it printed the tutorial stage.
Yeah, now the only thing about that is that can you go into the outliner thingy? Can you like the drop down menu of game mode override? What? Oh, okay. Can you search if there is a SPP main game mode?
There is SPP
Right,
main
yeah,
game mode
right.
base.
Can you link online lobby game? Okay, so that one was the no, that was motion matching game mode. Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
the double M makes sense now.
Yeah. See.
I really thought it was multi-man game.
Right. So, okay, that is our game mode, which is empty and is a blueprint, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it exists. Yeah, in both.
Okay. Um. Can you just set the game mode to online lobby game mode? What happens if you
Let me
press
just,
play?
I don't know, but let me
Does
save
the
shit
thing
first.
explode?
It's just made me a, what is this called?
I see.
Oh yeah, it's made me a default one.
Oh, because he hasn't got a
Hasn't got
pawn and all those BS, right? Okay. Yeah, it's got none of those things. I see.
Justin, you still got other
Ah,
things on this.
okay. All right. Okay.
Oh wow, that was a ton of errors. Access none, trying to get human character PP in check distance. Oh. Ah. Okay, I need to put in is valid there. That's fine.
Okay. So, well, it's a bit too late to start, and I'm a bit tired. But right. So the plan is, to create a new game mode with the correct, player, pawn, blah 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 blah, blah. And the game mode um, will um, will handle the tutorials. I still don't. I'm still not. I'm still quite unsure about. Uh,
Do you want me to?
but the main loop of this thing. Mm. So, okay, we are playing the game, right? So, um, so we are playing the game, and so all I want is central repository, which has all the logic, right? So game mode, does it even makes sense to have a, but then like after you finish the tutorial, we need to switch to another game mode. Game mode, I don't really understand the reasoning for that. I mean, maybe we are just using wrong, which is warring. So I want to understand, like, what is the correct place to do that logic? Is the game mode the correct place?
Where else would you put it?
But then you need to do like timers and all that bullshit stuff. Oh, I see what those lines there. They're for the birds, right?
Yeah, these are flight paths.
Right.
These
What
are
are
all...
the birds? Oh, I see them.
hang on. Oh! I don't have a player start. I need to put in a good way of finding them. Because at the moment, I kind of just have to go in the details panel and get their location and then move to it. Oh, I just saw it. Oh, there's some birds there. So... those ones are too far away. You can't really see them. Oh, yeah, you can. They're flying under the hard now, under the stamina bar.
What? Can't see them.
They're like at the bottom right corner of the S's.
No, I can't see anything from here.
Oh, there's another set of birds coming. Same way.
Oh, I can see those.
So their formation is random. Their speed is semi-random. They have multiple flight paths to choose from. And once they get to the end, they'll wait something like anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes before another set will fly. So you don't see them super often, which is kind of the point. They're just every now and then you're supposed to notice them in the sky and be like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And they're super high up and super far away because they look like shit.
Okay.
trying to like match the speed.
I've seen worse, to be honest.
But yeah, they're just supposed to add a little bit of illusion of life in the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are the potential flight paths that they can choose from. I've actually got 2 sets of flocks. Because I'd done one, but it was already super rare to see them, and I was like, let's add 2. Let's give it some variation. Because then I could have them come from different directions and stuff as well. But yeah, we have bod. We have bods.
So the tutorial thing, right?
Yes.
So in the game mode, okay, fine, the game mode, right? But how do we deal with the timing, right? I don't want to have it in the tick function, like, oh, let's check if you need to do it. I don't know, like, it looks quite sus to me, but maybe it's not sus. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just, there's gonna be millions of tick functions, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have a timer somewhere, somehow, time in between doing it. So,
Has the game mode got a tick function?
yes. And you can add delays in it as well.
Yeah. But you don't want to put the delay there. Yeah, it's more like tick is got a delta time, right?
Yeah, delta seconds.
Okay. All right then. I need to sleep on that because I cannot think straight anymore. But I think that's what we can do. Game mode. I will do that. Save thingy, blah blah. Okay. Yeah. So I think plan is wait 10 seconds. Say, oh, you can do this. If he doesn't do it, wait another 10 seconds and keep going until he does it, right? It's very simple, but
Do you want me to take a swing at setting it up tonight? I mean, it would be fun. It would be fun for me to do because it'd be fun for me to try and learn it. Fully aware that there's a decent chance it'll be wrong, and we'll just scrap it and start from scratch tomorrow morning. But
yeah, but the thing is, the game mode we will need to do it in C++ to get the multiplayer and all that BS.
That's fine, but I could just set up a dummy version here to see if it works and test things and get a better understanding of it, so that I'm not playing catch up tomorrow.
Tired, then yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I was going to be on for like another hour or so, probably.
Okay, so yeah, if you don't feel tired, then one of the other most important thing for me is that I don't want that object to be in the scene at all times. So I want to try spawn.
No, that object doesn't exist in the scene. Mm-hmm. It's not that object's not an actor. It doesn't exist in the scene, I don't believe.
No?
Unless it spawns when you... Nope. No, it's not an actor that exists in the level.
Or the controller? I thought you added.
Sorry. Yeah. I thought you meant the save game object. Sorry.
No, the save game. The controller. I want to have like spawn and respawn.
Yeah,
instead of.
That's it. Yeah, that's simple. That's just destroy actor and spawn actor.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're gonna stay awake for another hour, let's try that. Yeah, try that and see.
I'll create a dummy game.
Try to see how the logic is. Like, I don't know, like the idea of waiting 10 seconds. If it does it, then okay, just go to the next one. Try to see if it just feels good or it just feels a little bit meh.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do.
Nice. Excellent, guys. All right then. Go to bed.
Fair.
All right. Goodbye to the stream.
To be fair, I'm going to end the stream anyway. So, fairly well on stream. Anyone who's still here, thank you for joining us. And, peace.